Chapter 767. Boom! With a loud bang, Heathcliff's body landed on the ground. The ground immediately cracked, and debris flew into the air. Together with the smoke and dust, Heathcliff's figure was shrouded in the dust. Wu Yan's figure also landed on the opposite side of the cloud of dust. Looking at the area covered in dust, Wu Yan was a little tired, but he couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. If it was in the past, he would have been able to use this kind of attack a few more times, and he would have been able to do it without blushing, but in SAO, where you won't die even if you don't breathe, you're panting instead. This also proves how tense Wu Yan's nerves are after that round of attacks. If it wasn't for that, he wouldn't be panting like this. Heathcliff is a tough nut to crack. If Wu Yan didn't take advantage of the small window of opportunity, he might not have been able to do anything to Heathcliff with his shield and his familiarity with swordsmanship. On the other hand, all the players looked at what happened in the center of the battlefield in a daze. For a moment, they forgot to react. From Heathcliff's high defense to Wu Yan's fierce attack, the whole process was complicated, but it all happened in less than half a minute. The risk of the battle, the change in the direction of the battle, the close combat between the two players, and even Kirito, Suda, Klein, and Agile couldn't help but feel their blood boil. They wanted nothing more than to replace Kirito, Klein, and Agile. They completely forgot that this battle represented the direction of their future. Did it work? Asuna stared at the area covered in dust, trying to see what was going on inside, but she gave up after a while. Although Asuna has the ability to see through some obstacles, she has never been a solo player except for the first few months of SAO's launch, so she didn't train her skill to a high level. Kirito activated his detection skill when he heard Asuna's words. He had mastered the skill a long time ago, much earlier than Wu Yan, who had been traveling alone for a long time. That's why he could easily see through the smoke and dust. But when he saw it, Kirito's face instantly changed, and his sharp voice echoed in the battlefield. No. Not yet. Kirito's voice clearly echoed in everyone's ears, and it also reached Wu Yan's ears. Wu Yan's expression froze as he looked forward. Tap, 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 tap. Amidst the dust, a series of mechanical footsteps could be heard rhythmically. In every corner of the silent red jade palace, a figure slowly emerged from the dust. Then, under everyone's gaze, Heathcliff walked out of the dust and appeared in front of everyone. He didn't look like he was in a mess. He was still as calm as ever, as calm as Mount Tai. However, the top of the 10 HP bars had been completely emptied, proving that the previous round of fierce attacks was not useless. Wu Yan exhaled, straightened his back, and muttered softly. I knew it wasn't that easy, Heathcliff heard Wu Yan's muttering. Heathcliff stopped and looked at Wu Yan with a pair of deep eyes. Yan Kuan, you're too strong, Heathcliff said in a deep voice. Even I, whose ability has reached the level of a boss, can't help but tremble in fear. As expected of the strongest player in the world, Wu Yan curled his lips. What? Do you want to admit defeat? I don't mind. Of course not. Heathcliff shook his head with a smile. His voice became louder. On the contrary, as the creator of this world, if I lose to you here, won't it prove that I'm useless? It's not the first time you've lost anyway. Wu Yan sneered. Heathcliff chuckled coldly in response. Then, the two of them fell silent once more. Heathcliff paused for a moment, then stomped his foot on the ground and turned into a blur of light. Under everyone's gaze, he attacked Wu Yan first. The distance between Heathcliff and Wu Yan was less than 10 meters. Although Heathcliff's speed was not as fast as Wu Yan's, he had the ability of a boss, so he was no slower than anyone else except for Wu Yan. In just a few seconds, Heathcliff's body flashed and reappeared. He swung his sword like a drill, and it pierced through the air with a piercing sound, aiming for Wu Yan's chest. Wu Yan grabbed Heaven Gazer's hilt and pulled it out of its sheath. Without dual sword Ryu, he wouldn't be Heathcliff's match. Thus, Heaven Gazer and Elucidator fell into his hands in an instant. Just as the sword was about to reach him, Wu Yan swung Heaven Gazer and moved half a step away, nimbly dodging Heathcliff's attack. Heathcliff was not surprised that Wu Yan dodged his attack. His left hand spun quickly, and the shield in his hand spun like a windmill in the blink of an eye. Ha! With a light shout, the shield in Heathcliff's hand spun rapidly and flew towards Wu Yen like a bolt of lightning. The rapidly spinning shield pierced through space and appeared in front of Wu Yen in a flash. Then, it suddenly trembled and spun towards Wu Yen like a boomerang. The whistling sound made Wu Yen narrow his eyes slightly. He was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect Heathcliff to attack like this. What Wu Yen didn't know was that Heathcliff had been thinking the same thing to him before this. Wu Yen didn't expect the shield to spin at close range. For a moment, Wu Yen couldn't react in time, but he still quickly threw Heaven Gazer at the center of the spinning shield with a bang. Chirp 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 chirp. In an instant, a burst of sparks and a shrill sound of friction rang out from between the Heaven Gazer and the spinning shield, causing Wu Yan's ears to hurt. A terrifying force was transmitted from the Heaven Gazer to his arm, causing him to almost lose his grip on the sword's hilt. Of course, for Wu Yan, this little bit of force wasn't enough to affect his battle. Therefore, after withstanding the surprise attack, he stepped on the ground with his left foot and his body turned into a black shadow. He pressed his body against the ground and swung Elucidator towards Heathcliff's neck. Whoosh! A whistling sound came from the air, causing Heathcliff to frown. He calmly looked at the incoming Elucidator and took a step back like a chariot in the wind, just out of Wu Yan's attack range. After dodging Wu Yan's attack, Heathcliff didn't hesitate to swing his long sword at Wu Yan's legs like a whip. Wu Yan's expression turned cold when he sensed the chilling chi coming from his leg. He used his right hand to push against the rotating cross shield and with a burst of strength, he sent the cross shield flying. The sudden force pushed Heathcliff, who was focused on attacking Wu Yan, a distance away. His sword that was going for Wu Yan's legs was also destroyed by Wu Yan's attack. Heathcliff staggered back a few steps. Before he could react, Wu Yan jumped up like a ghost. The Heaven Gazer and Elucidator in his hands danced like a gust of wind, turning into a continuous stream of sword shadows. One sword after another fiercely attacked Heathcliff like a volcanic eruption. Bam 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 bam, a series of muffled sounds echoed in the surroundings. The Heaven Gazer and Elucidator continuously landed on Heathcliff's raised shield. Chapter 768. Clap 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 clap, bang. 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 Boom. Clang, in the center of the field, a black and a red figure began a fierce battle. Sword shadows reverberated in the air, and a dazzling light fluctuated in the air. Strong winds constantly swept out, and sparks flew in all directions. Everywhere they went, smoke and dust filled the air. The two turned into flashing shadows, and they fought in every corner of the Red Jade Palace. Boom! Another shockwave rushed into the field. The ground rumbled, and countless rocks were sent flying. The pillars fell down one after another. Even though they were restored to their original state, they were soon destroyed again. In fact, the attacker was Wu Yan, who had been using the dual sword style to attack Heathcliff with all his might. Heathcliff didn't seem to have the confidence to not pay a price under the onslaught of sword shadows, so he could only grit his teeth and block all the attacks with his shield. Wu Yan was undoubtedly good at close combat, so at this moment, he turned into the most brutal weapon. Every time he swung his sword, the Heaven Gazer and Elucidator, there would be a fatal vortex, indicating how much strength he was using at this time. As he swung his arms and swords, the terrifying power and speed caused the surrounding void to resound with continuous sonic booms. Every time he missed, a deep sword mark would be left on the ground, and occasionally the ground would be overturned. His attacks were terrifying. In the face of Wu Yan's ferocious attacks, although Heathcliff couldn't do anything to him, he didn't show any weakness. Relying on his superior defense and his familiarity with sword skills, he repeatedly blocked Wu Yan's attacks. As long as there was a chance, the long sword in his hand would be swung without hesitation. His aura was awe-inspiring, and the light of his sword technique flickered repeatedly. Similarly, countless cuts were left on the ground around him. In the battlefield, as the battle between the two gradually entered a fierce confrontation, their powerful strength was fully displayed. It was almost as if the battle was gushing out. In everyone's eyes, the battle was surging, and it became more and more intense. As the swords collided with each other, strong collision sounds were constantly heard in the sky above the red jade palace. Various sword skill effects flickered. Blazing explosive vortexes and sharp sword glows continuously shot out from the two intertwined figures. The two figures constantly flashed and shifted in the field at a speed that caused people to be dumbfounded. Clear sword clashing sounds and collisions continuously rang out from the places where the two of them clashed. The power of their attacks also became more and more frenzied as the battle intensified, causing people to feel more and more shocked. Looking at the two blurry figures that constantly flickered and intersected with each other, the expressions of the surrounding players were somewhat sluggish. In the midst of that fierce exchange of attacks, they could clearly see that in a short instant, the two of them had executed no less than 5 types of sword skills, and there was even a heavy sword skill among them. It was common knowledge in SAO that the user would be stunned when using sword skills, and the more powerful the sword skill was, the faster the user would be. The more consecutive attacks, the longer the stun time would be. Therefore, in normal battles, players had to be extremely cautious when using sword skills. Because if they're not careful, they might be defeated during the duration of the stun. However, such common sense did not apply to the two super powerhouses in the arena. The stun phase, which was enough to cause players to be defeated in an instant, had turned into bubbles in the hands of the two. The two of them were not stingy with their sword skills at all. They used them more frequently than water, as if they were free. It's not that the two didn't get stunned, it's just that Heathcliff's ability value is way beyond the range of a player or even a boss. As the final boss, Heathcliff's ability value is enough to reduce the duration of the stun to 0. As for Wu Yan, his stun duration isn't as short as Heathcliff's, but he can predict Heathcliff's attack. Before the stun takes effect, he can adjust his body to gravitational and centrifugal force so that Heathcliff's attack will miss. This is the main reason why Heathcliff can rely on his knowledge of sword skills to nullify Wu Yan's attack, but he can't do anything to Wu Yan. Now, the players finally understood that the two players in the battlefield are not on the same level as them. Especially Wu Yan, who was able to fight against Heathcliff, who has the ability of a final boss, for such a long time without losing at all. He even managed to reduce Heathcliff's HP repeatedly. He's been fighting the final boss all this time, and he even has the ability to solo the final boss. No wonder he's known as the strongest player in the game. In the Red Jade Palace, everyone held their breaths. Their gazes followed the movements of the two indistinct figures. The battle was getting fiercer and fiercer. Many people felt as if their hearts were in their throats and in their palms. They clenched their fists tightly and continued to exert force. Watching the battle between the two of them, they no longer had any confidence that they could defeat Heathcliff if they went all out. If Wu Yan is defeated, they will lose their last hope. They can only run away and wait for the next opportunity, or they will all be killed on the spot. Therefore, they have already placed their hopes on the black figure in the battlefield. As time passed, the HP bars of the two players fluctuated. One of them was constantly dropping, almost reaching the lowest point, while the other was going up and down, increasing and decreasing, decreasing and increasing again. It was because of this that the two of them were able to engage in such a fierce battle. Wu Yan gritted his teeth and swung his two black longswords with his numb arms. Heathcliff also tried his best to block Wu Yan's attacks. They were both waiting for an opportunity. An opportunity to wipe out the other's HP bar in one go. Until then, their HP could only decrease and rise and fall as they fought against each other. After such a long battle, the two players' nerves were stretched to the limit. Now, it was time to see who would give up first. For two players with similar strength, it was no longer a competition of strength, but of willpower. This can't go on. Wu Yan kept attacking while looking at Heathcliff, who was hiding behind his shield like a turtle. Wu Yan couldn't help but feel anxious. If this continued, he wouldn't be afraid of losing HP since he had a healing fairy, but in terms of stamina, there was no way he could last longer than Heathcliff. The logic was simple. One was attacking while the other was defending. As long as the gap between the two sides wasn't too big, the attacker would definitely lose in the end. Therefore, while Heathcliff could afford to drag this out, Wu Yan couldn't. I have to find an opportunity. In his anxiety, Wu Yan's wine-red eyes turned rapidly, looking for a way out. Otherwise, he would lose without a doubt. At this moment, Wu Yan saw the healing fairy dancing in the air. Immediately, Wu Yan's eyes lit up and he had an idea. Ha! With a loud shout, Wu Yan's starburst airstream landed on Heathcliff's shield. Heathcliff's body also became stiff. Seeing this, Heathcliff immediately used his sword skill and swung his sword. Heathcliff didn't have high hopes for this attack. He saw how Wu Yan predicted his attack and dodged it to buy himself some time from the stun effect. To Heathcliff's surprise, Wu Yan didn't move at all. He didn't even flinch when he was frozen. Could it be that he's already at his limit? Heathcliff was overjoyed. His eyes flashed, and his lips curved into a victorious smile. He thrust his long sword towards Wu Yan's heart. Thanks to the sword skill, Heathcliff's momentum became even fiercer. He was already aiming for Wu Yan's heart. The winner was decided. No, outside the arena, Asuna felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Her eyes were wide open as she leaned forward and rushed forward. Heathcliff, Kirito, Sutta, Klein, and Agile roared and rushed to the center of the arena. Catch up, the five of them rushed forward together, but they couldn't stop Heathcliff from swinging his sword down. Seeing this, Wu Yan's eyes flashed with a touch of emotion. Then, he became determined. Chapter 769. Under everyone's gaze, Heathcliff's movement towards Wu Yan's chest seemed to have slowed down by tens of thousands of times, and Asuna and the others who were rushing forward also seemed to be stuck. Even though their faces were full of hysteria, with the distance between the two sides, it was impossible for them to reach Heathcliff's side before Heathcliff's sword pierced through. Looking at Heathcliff's slow and fast attack, Asuna's pretty face began to show a trace of despair. Her chestnut-colored eyes were fixed on Wu Yan. Although she was still rushing forward, she was screaming in her heart. At least let me block that sword. Right at this moment, a strange phenomenon occurred in the field. The healing fairy who had been following behind Wu Yan suddenly flew out, landed on top of Wu Yan's head, and sprinkled a powder with starlight on it, restoring Wu Yan's HP back to full. The sudden healing of the healing fairy seemed to have stunned Heathcliff for a moment, but it did not stop him from stabbing Heathcliff. However, Wu Yan, who was frozen in place, had a slight smile on his face. What Heathcliff didn't notice was that when the healing fairy's powder fell on Wu Yan's body, the elucidator in Wu Yan's left hand lit up. The reflected light instantly shone in the opposite direction of Heathcliff's bright black blade. And that direction was Heathcliff's eyes. In SAO, blindness is also an abnormal condition. Many monsters' skills and sword skills have the effect of blindness, causing players to temporarily lose their sight and fall into a state of panic. However, it's not only an abnormal condition. If a strong light shines on a player's eyes, the player's brain will also be temporarily blinded, causing them to lose their sight. Under the intentional reflection of the elucidator, the starlight on the healing elf's powder was directly projected into Heathcliff's eyes. Heathcliff felt his vision blur, and he closed his eyes reflexively. Poochie. The moment Heathcliff closed his eyes, the system-assisted sword pierced through Wu Yan's chest without any delay. With a slight tearing sound, Wu Yan's HP bar, which had just been restored to full, quickly dropped to the yellow area. If it was before, Heathcliff's sword would have definitely taken away all of Wu Yan's HP, but after the healing fairy's healing, Wu Yan took the hit, and at the same time, the stun duration also passed. Ha! Wu Yan raised his head with a sharp glint in his eyes. He reached out and grabbed Heathcliff's hand that was holding the sword that pierced through his body. He pulled Heathcliff, who hasn't recovered from his daze yet, and brought him in front of Wu Yan. On Heaven Gazer's blade, a dense light flashed rapidly. Poochie. With another tearing sound, the elucidator's sword pierced through Heathcliff's shield-holding arm. Ah! Before Heathcliff could react, the arm that was holding the shield was pierced through by the Heaven Gazer. Red light instead of blood splashed out and sprayed all around his arm. It's not over yet. He let go of the heaven gazer that pierced through Heathcliff's arm. He grabbed Heathcliff's waist and he flung Heathcliff into the air. Heathcliff was flung into the air. Whoosh! Wu Yen stomped on the ground and leaped up to Heathcliff, who was thrown into the air. He clenched his fist and the familiar sword skill effect flashed once more. The sword pierced through the air, and before anyone could react, Wu Yen plunged the sword into Heathcliff's stomach. Poochie! The crisp sound of the sword piercing through Heathcliff's skin echoed in the sky above the red jade palace. The elucidator's dark blade pierced through Heathcliff's stomach and came out of his back. The red light from the elucidator's sword made Heathcliff's already bright red figure even darker. His HP bar also dropped rapidly. Heathcliff's eyes widened. He looked at the heaven gazer that pierced his arm and the elucidator that pierced his stomach. His HP was draining like water. He raised his head with difficulty and looked at the wine-red eyes that were right in front of him. His mind went blank. Is this the end? At the same time, Heathcliff's heart burned with anger. He held his sword with his other hand and stabbed it towards Wu Yan's heart. Ha! Wu Yan roared again. He let go of the elucidator with his other hand and quickly reached out to grab the sword. The red light from the elucidator's hand also flashed, but Wu Yan ignored it. He clenched his free hand into a fist and a golden light burst out from it. Bang! The golden light from the elucidator landed on Heathcliff's chest with a dull thud. However, Wu Yan did not stop there. Instead, he raised his hand again and punched Heathcliff's chest. Bang 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 bang, two figures, one black and one red, began to fall from the sky. All the players looked up and saw Wu Yan crazily punching Heathcliff's chest again and again. Together with the two black swords, Wu Yan's elucidator slowly brought Heathcliff's HP down to the red zone. Ha! Heathcliff's elucidator roared. The golden light from the elucidator mercilessly smashed Heathcliff's head into a state of confusion. Heathcliff's shield-wielding hand was pierced by the elucidator, while his sword-wielding hand was grabbed by Wu Yan. Heathcliff could not move his hands. He could only watch with wide eyes as his HP gradually decreased. Bang! Finally, the two of them landed on the ground. Heathcliff took the brunt of the impact with his back on the ground. His HP took a huge hit. Wu Yan got on top of him and he grabbed the hilts of Heaven Gazer and Elucidator. He pulled them out of Heathcliff's body and he raised them up high. Pust! The Heaven Gazer and the Elucidator both plunged into Heathcliff's chest at the same time. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Asuna and the others stopped and watched the sudden turn of events with the surrounding players. For a moment, they just stood there in a daze. The entire Red Jade Palace fell silent. Heathcliff regained his composure and he stared at the two swords that pierced through his body. He struggled to raise his head and he looked at Wu Yan. He smiled bitterly and he looked like he had given up. He slumped down on the floor and he looked at Wu Yan. It's over. Wu Yan looked into Heathcliff's dull eyes and he sighed. Heathcliff's voice was as soft as a mosquito's whisper. Yeah, it's over. Heathcliff's eyes lit up. He looked at the players around him and he shook his head. Then, he turned to Wu Yan and said, Wu Yan, I'm not sure what you're talking about. I'm not sure what you're talking about. I've never regretted it. Wu Yan miraculously understood what Heathcliff meant and closed his eyes. So, you are destined to fail, really? Heathcliff smiled. That's not bad either. As soon as he finished speaking, Heathcliff's HP was completely depleted. Her body turned into a ray of light, and with a beautiful cracking sound, she shattered into pieces that filled the sky. Chapter 770. The crisp sound of shattering echoed in everyone's ears. Looking at the scattered fragments and Wu Yan who was bathed in them, the players stood there like puppets, including Asuna, Kirito, Suda, Klein, Agile, and the others. It's over. After a while, a voice filled with uncertainty and disbelief sounded from the crowd. It's over. The rest of the players repeated their words in disbelief. Their eyes were glued to the shattered pieces of Heathcliff's body. They still couldn't believe that those were Kayaba Akihiko's body parts. Is it over? This sentence appeared in everyone's mind more than once while they were in a daze. Their bodies trembled and their fists were clenched so tightly that their knuckles turned white. It was as if they were trying to hold something back. Finally, 2 streams of tears flowed down one of the players' faces. It's over. It's over. Yeah, it's over. It's all over. It's over. All the top players who participated in the final battle shed tears. It doesn't matter if they know or don't know the people around them, they all hugged them and cried. They're ecstatic that they've cleared the game. The pain from the past, the fear of death, and the hope for the future all turned into the most direct of teardrops. They scattered on the spot as if they were venting their emotions, causing the entire Red Jade Palace to be filled with heavy sobs. After living in Sao for 3 years, they were finally liberated from their torment. At the same time, a mechanical sound echoed throughout the entire floating city of Aincrad. The message was slowly transmitted to the ears of all the players, telling them that the game had been completely cleared. Red Jade Palace. In Aincrad. Every player was in the midst of earth-shattering cheers and cries of pain. His body gradually transformed into a beam of light. After a flicker, he disappeared from the spot. Only a huge empty castle was left behind in this world. Sao, I cleared the level. When Wu Yan's vision returned to normal, he didn't see the bright red walls and floor of the Red Jade Palace. Instead, he saw a vast sky. Where am I? Wu Yan furrowed his brows. He looked around him and he saw an endless sky. White clouds floated around him and he felt like he was standing on solid ground. He didn't feel any sense of weightlessness. The sky? Wu Yan raised an eyebrow and scratched his cheek. He muttered. Am I in heaven? Just when Wu Yan was puzzled by the fact that he didn't know when he died, he heard a voice full of uncertainty and unease coming from behind him. Yan? Wu Yan turned around when he heard the voice. He saw a chestnut-colored figure floating in the sky. She looked at him with her hands covering her mouth. Tears flowed down her cheeks. Asuna pursed her lips as she tried her best to hold back her sobs. She couldn't hold it in any longer and she threw herself into Wu Yan's embrace. Idiot. 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 Asuna cried as she shouted, Do you know how worried I was about you? Don't cry. Don't cry. Wu Yan hugged Asuna helplessly. Looking at her tear-stained face, Wu Yan's heart ached. It's my fault, it's all my fault. Wu Yan clumsily wiped Asuna's face with his hand. As long as you don't cry, you can scold me however you want. Asuna looked up and saw Wu Yan's panicked face. She giggled. You really are an idiot. Asuna buried her face in Wu Yan's chest. I almost thought you were going to die under the commander's sword. Wu Yan flinched and he bitterly smiled. I'm sorry, I made you worry. As long as you're okay. Asuna rubbed her head against Wu Yan's chest a few times before she looked around. Where is this place? You're asking me. Wu Yan shook his head. I don't know either. All of a sudden, a young yet incomparably familiar voice echoed from afar, coming closer and closer. Daddy. Mommy. This voice. The two who were in each other's embrace were stunned for a moment. Then, they quickly turned their heads and saw Yui, who was wearing a white dress just like the first time they met, standing not far away from them. Her pair of big eyes were inevitably filled with tears. She was like a child who had done something wrong and ran away from home. After returning home, she did not dare to enter the house. She was so timid that she did not dare to approach them. Yui! Asuna exclaimed. When she came back to her senses, her face was filled with joy. Yui! She ran to Yui's side and hugged her in her arms. Asuna's tears that she had just stopped started to flow again. Mommy! Yui hugged Asuna tightly. Her eyes were misty. When she heard the system notification, Yui thought she would be left alone in this world. She didn't know when she would be saved. But when she opened her eyes, the person she wanted to see the most was right in front of her. At this moment, Yui was satisfied. Even if she couldn't leave this world, she would still be satisfied. Seeing you like this, I guess it was the right decision to bring you here. The mother and daughter hugging each other shuddered. Wu Yan's gaze froze for a moment before relaxing. Taking a deep breath, he slowly turned around. Behind him, a man in a white lab coat with a shrewd face is looking down. The three of them have never seen that face before, but that didn't stop them from feeling that he's familiar with it. Heathcliff. Wu Yan smiled bitterly. Should I call you Kayaba Akihiko? Heathcliff, or Kayaba Akihiko, smiled. He didn't turn around. Instead, he looked down as if he was mourning something. Wu Yan, Asuna, and Yui turned their attention to him. The next second, they were stunned by the scene in front of them. Far away in the sky, a huge steel castle floated in the air. It's the castle they've lived in for 3 years, Aincrad. However, at this moment, this majestic castle was disintegrating bit by bit. Like a broken stone, it broke into countless pieces and scattered down below, disappearing from everyone's sight. Wu Yan sighed when he saw this. Is this okay? Kayaba Akihiko's eyes trembled for a second before he calmed down and said with a blank face. Yes, it has completed its mission. This is the best outcome for it, is that so? Wu Yan lowered his head and he stayed silent for a while. What about you? Kayaba Akihiko turned around and looked at Wu Yan. He replied with a firm voice. It's the best outcome, I see. Wu Yan pursed his lips. He looked at Aincrad's wine-colored eyes with a hint of regret. What a pity, pity. Kayaba Akihiko raised his head. Why do you think it's a pity? Don't you hate it? Wu Yan chuckled and he glanced at the ground. I know it's disappointing, but I don't hate it. It didn't bring me any painful memories. Instead, it brought me some good memories. Kayaba Akihiko's expression was a little blurred in an instant, as if he was absent-minded. He muttered something, and not long after, he finally smiled. That's good. Chapter 771. Asuna and Yui looked at each other. They finally recovered from their shock and they stood up and they approached Wu Yan. Asuna hesitated for a moment and asked. We should have cleared the level, right? Kayaba Akihiko closed his eyes, and the white coat on his body fluttered in the wind. We have cleared the level. He waved his hand in the air, and the main menu appeared in front of him. The remaining 6,000 players logged out together 5 minutes ago and returned to the real world. Asuna slowly breathed a sigh of relief, but her eyes were fixed on Kayaba Akihiko. Then why are we here? Shouldn't we return to the real world? Kayaba Akihiko glanced at Asuna and said calmly. Don't worry, you have cleared the level, this is an undeniable fact. I brought you here because I have something to ask Wu Yan, Kuan, Asuna and Yui's face tightened. They grabbed Wu Yan's hand and looked at Kayaba Akihiko cautiously. Wu Yan was surprised by Kayaba Akihiko's words, but he wasn't worried about what Kayaba Akihiko would do. Wu Yan patted their hands to calm them down. Then he took a step forward and said to Kayaba Akihiko. I'm curious, for someone like me who hasn't interacted with you much, why are you so confused? Indeed, before SAO started, we didn't even know about each other's existence. Even in SAO, the number of times we met can be counted with one hand. Kayaba Akihiko was as calm as ever, but his tone was full of confidence. Kayaba Akihiko didn't know what he meant. But I have been observing you. Wu Yan wasn't surprised to hear that. Rather, it's more accurate to say that he was surprised by his own performance. Kayaba Akihiko didn't pay attention to him at all. That's why he didn't say anything, he just waited for Kayaba Akihiko to continue. This question. I've been wanting to ask you this for a long time. Kayaba Akihiko stared straight into Wu Yan's eyes. Ever since I decided to change the nature of SAO into a death game, I've been prepared to let the world bear everyone's wrath and bear all the sins. I know that on the day SAO opens, when I announce the truth of this world to 10,000 players, Kayaba Akihiko and SAO will become synonymous with resentment in everyone's mouth. I've always thought so too. But, you're the only one who made me miscalculate for the first time. Kayaba Akihiko shook his head and laughed. From the moment I learned of your existence until now, I have never heard you complain about this world, nor have I heard you scold this world. I've never seen you hate this world in the slightest. I'm the one who trapped you here and even hung your head on a knife. I can chop it off at any time and kill you on the spot, but why don't you care at all? Kayaba Akihiko said bluntly. His eyes were filled with urgency. Can you answer me why? 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 Wu Yan was silent. He looked up at the endless sky and said with uncertainty, perhaps it's because, as you said, facing death doesn't make any difference to me living in the real world. Kayaba Akihiko frowned. He was dissatisfied with Wu Yan's vague answer. He's smart, but not smart enough to see through people's thoughts. He opened his mouth. He wanted to say something, but Wu Yan's next sentence made him freeze. Anyway, a game is a game. Wu Yan grinned. He stretched and said with satisfaction, I'm having fun, that's enough for me. Kayaba Akihiko's expression changed. His gaze on Wu Yan changed as well. His eyes became brighter with a hint of relief. He looked at Wu Yan and Asuna and Yui who were immersed in Wu Yan's words. Kayaba Akihiko laughed at himself. Perhaps, you're the one who's right. Kayaba Akihiko turned around, his back facing Wu Yan and the others. I haven't congratulated you yet, Yen-kun. Congratulations on clearing the dungeon. After saying that, Kayaba Akihiko walked towards the edge of the sky. His body slowly disappeared from there as if he had never been there before. At the same time, the system notification rang in Wu Yan's mind. It's been a while since he last heard it. Ding! Mandatory quest completed. Quest restrictions lifted. User can now choose to leave the realm of swords at any time. Return to the Spalier world. Maybe it's because he hasn't heard the system notification for a long time. Wu Yan felt a sense of familiarity when he heard it. Even the emotionless tone became cute. Asuna held Yui's hand and walked to Wu Yan's side. Her chestnut-colored eyes stared at the direction Kayaba Akihiko disappeared. She whispered, Commander, did you return to the real world? Who knows? Wu Yan shrugged irresponsibly. It has nothing to do with me. What? Asuna pouted unhappily. She put her hand in Wu Yan's and looked up at Wu Yan's face, her eyes twinkling. Now, we can return to the real world, right? Yeah. Wu Yan sighed and stroked Asuna's hair. In that case, my promise to you can be considered fulfilled. Asuna nodded and she leaned her head into Wu Yan's chest. Wu Yan wrapped his arms around her waist and he looked at the silent Yui. He pulled Yui into his embrace as well. Yui, let's return to the real world together. WH. What? Yui was confused. Even Asuna was confused, let alone her. Wu Yan didn't explain and said to Yui. Yui, you will need to sleep for a while, but you will wake up soon, so don't be afraid. Yui reacted and looked at Wu Yan with her big eyes. She didn't know what Wu Yan wanted to do, but as long as she could stay by their side, she was willing to do anything. I got it. Daddy. Good girl. Wu Yan pinched Yui's nose and sank his consciousness into his mind. System, compile Yui's main body program and materialize it. Yui's body flashed with a dazzling light. Asuna, who didn't know what was going on, gasped. In the light, Yui's eyes seemed to be sleepy. She closed her eyes tiredly. Her body quickly elongated in the light, and then shrank into a dot of light. The specks of light floated down from the sky like water droplets smashing into a rock. Then, a small blue crystal bead fell down and landed in Wu Yan's palm. This. Asuna was stunned by the sudden change. Her brain short-circuited for a long time. Wu Yan smiled bitterly. Don't worry, you will be able to see our daughter in the real world soon. Wu Yan hugged Asuna and he asked her in a soft voice. So, my future wife Sama, can you tell me your real name? Who is your future wife? Asuna lowered her head shyly, but then she looked up again. Asuna, Yueching Asuna, Yueching Asuna. Wu Yen giggled. Still doesn't sound as good as my Asuna. Asuna glared at Wu Yen. What, it sounds the same, but I like Asuna better. Wu Yen patted Asuna's back. Be a good girl and wait for me to find you, Asuna smiled. Her beautiful face blushed as tears of joy rolled down her cheeks. I will wait for you. Chapter 772. Today is not a peaceful day. If someone is in a hospital or nearby a hospital right now, they will notice that the hospitals around them are different from before. They are as lively as a wet market. The noises from every corner of the hospital are so loud that the ceiling was almost blown off. Noises, shouts, footsteps, cries, all kinds of noises mixed together, and they spread to 100 meters around each hospital. One can imagine how lively these hospitals are today. Those who passed by and lived near the hospital curiously looked in the direction of the hospital, as if they were trying to figure out what was going on inside. And those who happened to be in the hospital began to run around, looking for people who knew what was going on, trying to get the reason from them. When they learned about the cause of the incident from others, they immediately became a part of the crowd, making the atmosphere in the hospital even more lively. Just now, in every hospital, the victims who were still alive and receiving treatment woke up. 3 years ago, the incident of 10,000 SAO players being trapped in the game world has become a famous terrorist crime in the country. If they die in the game, the victims in the real world will also die. Now, the remaining 6,000 players finally woke up today. This was a major event that was enough to cause a sensation among countless people in the entire country. The SAO players who occupied a lot of hospital beds have been lying in bed for 3 years, and they also received treatment for 3 years. Although it's called treatment, it's more accurate to say that they're relying on some nutrient delivery devices to stay alive. They might die at any time. Such cases happened a lot in the past 3 years. Some parents, doctors, and higher-ups of the hospital were already prepared to die. Because they couldn't know what was going on from the outside, after 3 years of settling down, they had already treated the sudden death of SAO's players as a common occurrence. However, it happened so suddenly. When they were mentally prepared, the miracle that they didn't put much hope in finally happened today. At this time, almost all the doctors in the hospital were dispatched, walking back and forth in the corridors, hurrying to some wards. In these wards, the players who woke up are reuniting with their families, and waiting for the doctors to check on them. All of a sudden, the sound of joy and crying filled the hospital wards where the victims of SAO were kept. Everyone involved was enjoying this rare reunion after surviving the disaster. Everyone is happy. However, amidst the joy, there was still a portion of players who rushed to their family's side after receiving the news, anxiously waiting for them to wake up. Yet, all they got was a deathly stillness from the players who lay motionless on their sick beds for a long time. There are about 300 players. While others are immersed in the joy of reuniting with their families, they are like corpses, they didn't wake up at all. Among these 300 players, Asuna is one of them. In an unknown wasteland, there is a haunted house, to be more precise. It's a deserted house that's no different from a haunted house. It had been almost 10 years since anyone had visited this place. Not to mention humans, even animals, flowers, and trees, let alone animals. It was very rare to find one in this place. It could be said that this place was lifeless. It was like a graveyard. Because of this, no one noticed that there was a person in this abandoned house who had been here for 3 whole years. Inside, in a dilapidated house, there's a figure that looks like it has been here for thousands of years. It's covered in dust, it's like a statue, it looks like it's been there for a long time. Due to the deathly stillness of the figure, the surroundings were also silent. There was not a single sound. However, if one were to listen carefully, one would be able to discover that there was an extremely weak breathing on the figure's body. It was moving up and down rhythmically. However, the figure's chest was not moving up and down. If someone happened to see this scene, they'll definitely think it's a ghost. In fact, this figure can be called a ghost, but it's not the kind of ghost you see on TV, it's a vampire. The ancestor of vampires. That's the true face of this figure. Today, the ancestor of vampires who has been sleeping for a long time finally woke up after a long period of time. When the heavy eyelids opened and the dust covering them were slowly exposed to the air, a pair of wine-red eyes that were like scarlet blood flashed with a suffocating red light. At the same time, the surrounding deathly still space seemed to have become somewhat sticky in an instant, causing this shabby room that had been immersed in darkness for a long time to have a little bit of life, or more accurately, a little bit of blood energy. Kacha, a sinister sound that sounded like bones moving suddenly rang out. The sound was extremely soft, but it traveled quite a distance. It could still be heard clearly even at the door of this room. Following this kacha sound, continuous kacha sounds immediately rang out in succession. At this moment, this dilapidated house truly had a trace of a haunted house's atmosphere. Of course, this kacha sound isn't the sound of bones moving, it's the sound of dust forming lumps on the figure that opened its eyes. It's just that this sound is a bit creepy. Pieces of dust fell, exposing the figure's full appearance to the air. Not long after, the dust finally fell to the ground. The figure that looked like it crawled out of the mud finally changed its unchanging posture and stood up from the ground with great difficulty. This scene is exactly the same as when some undead creatures, such as zombies, crawl out of their coffins. Fortunately, no one is here, or else this scene would have scared the living daylights out of them. Fortunately, no one is here, or else the shocking words zombie resurrection would have made people think that zombies are the cutest. Ugh. What kind of F***king smell is this? As soon as he was resurrected, the zombie spat out such a vulgar word. But it wasn't his fault. He hadn't taken a bath for 3 whole years, and his body was covered in dust and the rotten smell of the old house. The combination of the two smells only made him vomit a little and spit out a vulgar word, which was already considered normal. But that's not the only problem. He hasn't bathed in 3 years, he hasn't eaten for 3 whole years. Even though he won't die because of his true ancestor body, the feeling of hunger still made him dizzy. He stumbled and almost fell to the ground. This won't do. If I go see Asuna like this, let alone Asuna, even I will despise myself. Hoarse voice came out of Wu Yan's mouth with much difficulty. He hasn't spoken for 3 years, his lips and tongue are parched. His throat sounds like it's the result of swallowing a few hundred gold pills to maintain his throat too well. Noticing all sorts of problems with his body, he couldn't help but shake his head and bitterly smile. Even the actions of shaking his head and bitterly smiling took him a lot of effort to do. After he did it, his stomach immediately protested against him. Let's eat first. No. Let's take a bath first. Ugh. Should I eat first or take a bath first? Wu Yan's hands hung there, he weakly repeated meaningless words. He didn't notice that because of his muttering, his strength is being consumed even faster. Chapter 773. In a hospital, there was a room that was surrounded by the refreshing fragrance of flowers. Many decorative flowers filled every corner of the room. Along with the vases, they eliminated the hospital's unique disinfectant smell. The room was filled with a warm atmosphere. It's like a hotel room. If you look at it from the outside, you won't be able to tell it's a sick room. Inside the room, there was a curtain hanging from the window, blocking the view from the door. Behind the curtain, there was a very high-end intensive care bed. The white sheets reflected the sunlight coming in through the window, exuding a faint warmth. Lying on the bed was a young girl with a stunning appearance. Chestnut-colored hair scattered around the mattress like flowing water. Her skin was white and translucent, it's like she was wrapped in a layer of pearls. It's very eye-catching. Although she's a bit sick, she didn't give off a weak feeling. Instead, it's more like she's delicate. There's even a bit of blush on her cheeks. Sleeping Beauty. It's not an exaggeration to use such a word to describe her. Unfortunately, an ice-cold helmet that covered 2/3 of the young girl's head mercilessly shattered this beautiful scene. Nervous gear, the world's first tool that allows humans to completely sneak into an imaginary world. It's also the tool that bound the young girl's soul and 6,000 players for 3 years. At this moment, on the LED indicator of the nerve gear, 3 faint lights were flickering like stars, proving that the machine was operating normally. It also proved that the girl was still living under the shackles of the machine in a certain imaginary world. Although the lights were weak, it was a symbol of the girl's survival. If one day, these lights all go out, then the beautiful girl lying on the bed will also fall into a deep sleep forever, leaving this world that she dreamed of returning to. What's wrong? Still no signs of waking up. 2 men in suits are standing next to the bed, looking at the young girl lying on the bed. One of the older men had an ugly expression. He turned to look at the third man in the room, who was the doctor in a white coat. His voice was very calm. Although his voice is calm, it's not hard to hear the anxiety in his voice. The doctor in the white coat couldn't help but sigh and lower his head. It's been 3 hours since all the victims in the country woke up. We've been observing the patients for the past 3 hours, but there's no sign of them waking up. The middle-aged man's expression turned ugly when he heard the other party's words. Why? All the victims woke up. Why is Asuna still like this? It's not only Miss Asuna who has this condition. The doctor in the white coat explained. Now, other than Miss Asuna, there are 300 more victims. There are about 300 victims in the country who are still in this condition. It's no different from before. The middle-aged man's expression changed. After a while, he looked at the doctor. Can't you find out what's wrong? The doctor was silent for a while and then said with a helpless expression, the only thing we can confirm is that Miss Asuna should be fine for now. The nervous gears indicator light is still flashing. In other words, as long as it's in this condition, the girl on the bed, Asuna's life will be fine. The middle-aged man also understood this fact, so no matter how unwilling he was in his heart, he could only turn his emotions into a trace of disappointment and wave his hand. I understand, I'll have to trouble you to take care of my daughter. It's my duty. After saying that, the doctor in the white coat left the room, leaving behind the middle-aged man, Asuna's father, Yuki Zako, and his adopted son, Sugo Nobuyuki, standing by the side of the bed, not saying anything for a long time. After an unknown amount of time, Sugo Nobuyuki suddenly spoke. Do you agree to that matter? Yuki Akisan raised his head and looked at Sugo Nobuyuki, who had his head lowered. Yuki Akisan frowned. Have you really decided? It is very likely that Asuna will continue to be like this. If you marry her. Yes, marriage. Sugo Nobuyuki wants to marry Asuna. This wasn't the first time Yuki heard about Sugo Nobuyuki wanting to marry Asuna. Yuki himself didn't object to this because Sugo Nobuyuki was indeed a very talented person. He became an employee of the development company, Rect, at a young age and was responsible for the operation of an imaginary game. Sugo Nobuyuki is Asuna's adopted son, so Asuna is well aware of Sugo Nobuyuki's achievements. Sugo Nobuyuki has earned his trust, so he would be satisfied if his daughter marries Sugo Nobuyuki. However, Yuki didn't expect Sugo Nobuyuki to not dislike his daughter even though she's already a zombie. Sugo Nobuyuki pushed up his glasses. The lenses reflected light and covered the expression in his eyes. Otherwise, Yuki Akisan would have noticed that something was wrong with Sugo Nobuyuki's eyes. Sugo Nobuyuki smiled kindly and nodded. It doesn't matter what Asuna becomes, it won't change my mind. Upon hearing Sugo Nobuyuki's words, Yueching Shozo didn't say anything else. However, there was a hint of admiration in his eyes. If that's the case, I won't object. Asuna said without hesitation. I agree to your marriage with Asuna. Sugo Nobuyuki's eyes lit up, and he bowed respectfully to Yueching Shozo. Thank you very much for your help. No, I should be the one apologizing. Asuna shook his head. Asuna is already like this, you're willing to take care of her for the rest of her life. Not only do I have to apologize, I have to thank you. No, please don't say that. Sugo Nobuyuki said. Asuna is so beautiful, I don't think anyone would dislike her. Is that so? Yuki Shozo couldn't help but smile. That's good. Sugo Nobuyuki also smiled and lowered his head. The moment he lowered his head, a sinister expression filled with negative emotions appeared on his face, shattering his previous amiable appearance. Don't be fooled by his gentle and kind appearance. In fact, Sugo Nobuyuki was an ambitious person with selfish motives. Yuiching Akisan didn't know that the so-called excellent adopted son in his eyes not only had a completely different personality from what he showed on the surface, he was also evil and perverted. At the same time, he was also the main culprit that caused Yuiching Asuna to still not wake up. Very few people know that Sugo Nobuyuki used to work in the same laboratory as Kayaba Akihiko when he was a student. He was the one who imprisoned the consciousness of the players who were liberated from SAO, including Yuki Asuna, into his imaginary world to conduct illegal and inhumane brain experiments. This was already a crime that was enough to cause a human experiment to become a lunatic. Yuiching Shizo didn't know about this at all. Only when he imprisoned Yuiching Asuna did he dare to propose. Otherwise, Yuiching Asuna would never marry a disgusting and perverted person like Yuiching Shizo. I have to admit, Asuna's taste isn't very good. Chapter 774. Oh yeah. Sugo Nobuyuki changed his expression and showed that fake smile again. He looked at Yuiching Shizo. Madam. Yuiching Shizo trusted Sugo Nobuyuki. Yuiching Asuna's mother doesn't think highly of Sugo Nobuyuki. Yuki Akisan doesn't pay much attention to the people around him. He only invests his energy into the management of the company. He doesn't go home at all for the sake of his career. He only values Sugo Nobuyuki's development ability, management ability, and ambition. He doesn't look at people's ability. Unlike Yuki Chozo, Asuna's mother also didn't see through Sugo Nobuyuki's disguise. However, she didn't know if it was due to her sixth sense as a woman, but she didn't like Sugo Nobuyuki's perfect performance. So, if she knew that her daughter would be marrying Sushiang Nobuyuki, even if her mother wouldn't object, she would definitely not agree. She would probably drag it out. If that happened, it would be very disadvantageous for Sushiang Nobuyuki, who trapped Asuna in the imaginary world and wanted to take advantage of the situation to get his hands on her. Yuki Shizo also thought about his wife. He frowned and felt a little helpless. He didn't know why his wife didn't like Sugo Nobuyuki, but he also thought that his wife wouldn't easily agree to marry Asuna to Sugo Nobuyuki. Yuiching Shizo didn't regret his decision. He said to Sugo Nobuyuki, "Don't worry about it, I will convince her." Yuiching Shizo patted Sugo Nobuyuki's shoulder. "Everyone has seen your achievements and capabilities. I believe that Asuna's mother is the same. As long as you continue to work hard, she will definitely not reject you. When the time comes, she will also not object to your marriage with Asuna, I see." Sugo Nobuyuki smiled. It's good that no one objects. Just as Sugo Nobuyuki finished speaking, a voice that was completely different from the two people present, full of laziness, rang out in the entire ward. "No, I object." Yuki Shizo and Sugo Nobuyuki, who were completely unaware of the sudden appearance of another person, were taken aback. They quickly turned their heads to look at the source of the sound. They saw a young man with black hair and red eyes, who was wearing black casual clothes, sitting beside Asuna's bed. He gently caressed Asuna's face, which was the only part of his face that was exposed. Looking at this youth who had appeared out of nowhere, Yuki Shizo and Sugo Nobuyuki's hearts skipped a beat. They took 2 steps back, not knowing what to do. They were standing right in front of the door. If someone came in, they would have to walk past them to get to Asuna's bed. Otherwise, they would have to climb in through the window. However, they did not notice that someone had entered the ward. The door was still tightly shut. If someone had opened the door and entered, they would definitely not be able to hide it from them, let alone quietly passing by them without being discovered. This was simply impossible. The only explanation is that the young man climbed in through the window. It's suspicious for someone to climb in through the window. "Who are you?" Yuiching Shizo was the first to react. He adjusted his breathing and asked the young man. Sugo Nobuyuki also regained his senses, but he didn't say anything. He just stared at the young man's hand caressing Asuna's cheek. His eyes flashed with ruthlessness. The youth's hand that was caressing Asuna's cheek paused slightly at Yuki Akasu's question. He reluctantly withdrew his hand, and his wine-red eyes shifted to Yuki Akasu's body. You can call me Wu Yen. Wu Yen. Yueching Shozo and Sugo Nobuyuki pondered for a while when they heard the name. They tried to find any information about this person in front of them. They weren't disappointed. They managed to find some information about the person in front of them. However, the information made their expression change. In the past 3 years, SAO has been in operation. It's not like the outsiders didn't take any action, but all of their actions ended in failure. Kayaba Akihiko's methods were too sharp, and his brain was extraordinarily smart. The nerve gear helmet he developed was so stable that it was impossible to exploit it. The cardinal operating system of SAO was also so stable that no one could do anything about it. Considering the safety of the victims, those who tried to rescue them were all defeated. They didn't even know what was going on inside SAO. The players were trapped inside SAO for a long time, and in the end, they were the ones who managed to free themselves. Of course, there was no shortage of smart people in this world. Since they couldn't intervene, some people took a roundabout approach and extracted some information from the cardinal system that wouldn't affect the normal operation of SAO. For example, they extracted information about the player's ability points, which was their personal attributes. Almost everyone knows that the player with the highest ability points in SAO is Wu Yen. With Yuki Akihiko and Sugo Nobuyuki's status, they have the ability to obtain this information. You're Wu Yen? Yuki Akihiko frowned and looked at Wu Yan's face with vigilance. You can't blame him for that. Not only did the person in front of him appear in a way that makes people uneasy, but his identity also makes people wary of him. Now that they know the player with the highest stats in SAO is Wu Yen, why wouldn't they do their research on him? However, no matter who it is, they still couldn't find anything. Wu Yen, let's not talk about his background. His name didn't even appear in the household register. He didn't even register his ID, it's as if he doesn't exist. Such a person suddenly appeared in front of him. How can Yuki Akihiko not be vigilant? Can I treat you as a delinquent who has invaded the country illegally? Yuki Akihiko said in a deep voice. He's not joking, he really did want to call the guards. Wu Yen chuckled. He glanced at Sugo Nobuyuki, who kept his head down. Then, he looked at Yuashiro Akane. Ma, I don't really care, but if you do that, I will be troubled. Wu Yen scratched his head and he pulled up one of Asuna's hands. Yuki-san, we can talk about our problem later. Let me save Asuna first, okay? What? You? What did you say? Not only Yuki Shozo, but even Sugo Nobuyuki's expression changed. He cried out, you said you have a way to save Asuna? Wu Yen glanced at the two of them and looked at Asuna. Her face is weak, and her brows are furrowed as if she's having a nightmare. Wu Yan's heart ached, killing intent flashed in his eyes. It was directed at Sugo Nobuyuki. Wu Yen, who understood the original work, knows that the one who imprisoned Asuna is Sugoi Nobuyuki. He even lusted after Asuna and almost violated her in the original work. Just this fact alone is enough for Wu Yen to kill him and be done with it. But the most important thing now is to save Asuna and deal with Sugo Nobuyuki later. Yuki-san. Wu Yen raised his head and looked at Yuki Akihiko. If possible, I hope you can leave for a moment. Yuki Akihiko's expression changed. He looked at Wu Yen with a conflicted expression. He doesn't want Asuna to be alone with an unknown person, it's too dangerous. But Wu Yan's words shook him. Chapter 775. Sugo Nobuyuki stared at Wu Yen intensely. He wanted to find a flaw in Wu Yan's story and expose his lie about saving Asuna. It wasn't that Sugo Nobuyuki was wavering. He was panicking. No one knew better than he did what he did. Imprisoning Asuna in the imaginary world and using the 300 players as experimental subjects to study the method of changing the human brain. Once all of this was exposed, not only would he lose his current position, but he would also become a criminal comparable to Kayaba Akihiko. He would never be able to make a comeback. Of course, Sugoi Nobuyuki could not let this happen, so he hid his experiments and actions very well. He even set the experimental site in the imaginary world just in case. With his authority in the imaginary world, he only needed to press a button to eliminate all evidence of his crimes. However, if tomorrow Nai were to wake up, then the fact that he had imprisoned the consciousness of the 300 players would be exposed. Then, everything that he had done would be turned upside down and exposed in front of everyone. Sugoi Nobuyuki would never allow this to happen. Although he didn't know what method this Wu Yen had to save Asuna, Sugoi Nobuyuki didn't want to take the risk. Mr. Wu Yen, right? Sugoi Nobuyuki stood up and hid his emotions deep in his heart. He lowered his head slightly and hid the only thing that could reveal his thoughts under the reflection of his glasses. He put on his usual kind expression. Although your proposal is very tempting, I'm sorry, but I think that it's a waste of time. Even so many doctors and specialists were unable to solve this problem. Leaving it to you who doesn't even want to reveal your background, I'm really worried. So please forgive us for not being able to hand Miss Asuna over to you just like that. Although Sugoi Nobuyuki's words were simple and easy to understand, the hidden meaning was to tell Yuki Shozo that the other party was a person of unknown origin and was not worthy of his trust. Indeed. Sugoi Nobuyuki's words calmed down Yuki Shozo's heart. He also started to lean towards Sugoi Nobuyuki. He took a deep breath. I'm sorry, please leave. Yuki Shozo said. Wu Yen was a bit annoyed and helpless at the same time. If he wasn't Asuna's father, he would have already killed them. He would have saved Asuna's life and then come back to talk about other things. Wu Yen turned around and looked at Asuna's pale face. He slowly held her hand and held it. Yuki Shozo and Sugoi Nobuyuki saw Wu Yan's action and their faces tensed up, their eyes were filled with anger. Just as he wanted to stop Wu Yen opened his mouth. Yijo-san, don't tell me you didn't know that Asuna had been trapped in SAO for a long time, right? Wu Yen raised his head, his words silenced Yuki Shozo. Wu Yen immediately said something that shocked the two. In that world, Asuna and I are husband and wife. Wu Yen ignored their sudden change of expression and continued. We lived together for a year. Wu Yan's wine-red eyes dimmed, he looked at Yuki Shozo and said in a low voice. Yuki-san, if it were you, your wife would be lying on the bed like this. She doesn't even move, we don't even know where her consciousness is, but you have a way to save her. He raised his head and looked straight ahead. Wu Yen looked into Yuki Shozo's eyes and said word by word. What would you do? Yuki Shozo opened his mouth, he wanted to say something but when he looked into Wu Yan's eyes, he was speechless. Even if Wu Yan's words are very sincere, Yuki Zaku's eye for people isn't that good to begin with. Naturally, he didn't know if the words of this mysterious man are trustworthy or not. On the other hand, Sugoi Nobuyuki's expression changed after hearing Wu Yan's words. His expression turned ferocious and a bit envious. Did Yuki Asuna lie in this man's arms for an entire year in that trashy game? Husband and wife, no wonder that woman didn't want to compromise when she found out about his situation. Sugoi Nobuyuki's heart was filled with violent emotions. He wanted to tear this man to shreds but he hid it well. He even had a sick smile on his face. Wu Yen-san, your words are troubling me. Sugoi Nobuyuki adjusted his glasses, his smile had a hint of joy. You don't know? Just now, Miss Asuna's father agreed to let Miss Asuna marry me. In other words, Miss Asuna is now my fiancée. Sugoi Nobuyuki looked at Wu Yen, expecting to see Wu Yan's shocked and angry expression. Even if you lived with Ms. Asuna in that game for a year, that fake world doesn't count. Your relationship with Ms. Asuna is the same. As Sugoi Nobuyuki's voice spread, the entire room became silent. Only the sudden drop in temperature was left in the room. Yuki Shozo and Sugoi Nobuyuki were caught off guard. They felt a chill in their hearts and unconsciously shuddered as they took a step back. Sugoi Nobuyuki's words worked. Wu Yen looked at this clown for the first time. He didn't have the shock and anger that Sugo Nobuyuki expected. There was no mockery or disdain in his eyes, only calm like the surface of an ancient well. It made Sugo Nobuyuki feel uneasy. You said Mr. Yuki agreed to let you marry Ms. Asuna? Wu Yen smirked, he tilted his head. But I said I was against it, right? Yes. Wu Yen-san, I know you're unhappy. Sugo Nobuyuki lowered his head and smirked. But this is Ms. Asuna's father's decision, I hope you can understand, enough. Wu Yen waved his hand impatiently, stopping Sugo Nobuyuki's words. You don't have to say anything nice. I hate those hypocritical words. Sugo Nobuyuki's eyes hardened. Before he could speak, Wu Yen turned to Yuki Shozo. Let's wait until Ms. Asuna wakes up, then we'll decide. Yukinori's frown deepened. It's clear that he's struggling internally. He's not willing to trust Wu Yen, but he's also filled with anticipation. It's a complicated situation. Maybe he saw through Yukinori's hesitation. Wu Yen sighed helplessly. He pulled the curtain aside and covered himself and the bed. Just stand there, don't move, it'll be over soon. Wu Yen didn't say anything else. This is his last concession. If they keep pushing him, Wu Yen will have to knock them out before dealing with Asuna. Wu Yen nodded in satisfaction when he saw that Yukino and Sugo Nobuyuki didn't try to force their way in. He looked at Asuna, who was lying on the bed. He played with her hair and he smiled. I almost offended my future father-in-law because of you, Wu Yen muttered in a voice that no one but himself and Asuna could hear. He shook his head and he focused his attention on the other two. He placed his hand on Asuna's helmet while keeping an eye on the other two. Beep beep beep, blue and white sparks shot out from Wu Yan's fingertips and went into the helmet. Wu Yan closed his eyes and used his superpower to change the effect of the helmet's electrical signals on Asuna's brain. This job isn't easy at all. Chapter 776. President. Outside the curtain, Sugo Nobuyuki said impatiently. Are you going to let that unknown man do as he pleases? Hearing this, Yuiching Akisan was also a little irritated. He looked at the curtain, but there was no way to penetrate his line of sight. He could only walk twice in place, his face full of hesitation and struggle. President. Seeing Yuki Akasu like this, Sugo Nobuyuki didn't care about maintaining his image anymore. His tone became hostile. You're harming Ainsama by listening to him. We have no way of knowing if he has that kind of relationship with Ainsama in the game. Yuki Akasu clenched his teeth, his eyes flashed. He clenched his fists and stared at the curtain. He couldn't make a decision. He sighed and lowered his head. Maybe he has a way to save Ainsama. We're here, we don't have to worry about what he'll do to Ainsama. Let's see how it goes. The anger in Sugo Nobuyuki's heart surged uncontrollably, accompanied by uncontrollable panic. Originally, Sugo Nobuyuki was excited about Yuki Tsubasa's unpredictable feelings towards people. Because of this, Yuki Tsubasa blindly looked for him and trusted him. He easily gained Tsubasa's approval. But now, he hated Yuki Tsubasa's character. Because he didn't know how to read people, Yuki Akisan's decisions on some matters were very blind, but sometimes he was very hesitant. This man's thoughts were almost all on business. If he could take out some of his thoughts, then Sugo Nobuyuki wouldn't be jumping around so proudly. Now, Sugo Nobuyuki has the same feeling as Yuki Akasu's wife. He hates iron for not becoming steel. Yuki Akasu sometimes lacks a domineering aura. Sugo Nobuyuki looked at the curtain with a sinister expression. He wants to rush in. He wants to stop that man from doing what he's doing. But he knows that if he overacts, it will backfire. He can't leave Yuki Akasu's trust. Sugo Nobuyuki cursed in his heart. He cursed Wu Yen for bluffing. He cursed him for failing even if he has a way. However, Nerve Gear's performance reassured Sugo Nobuyuki. Even if he doesn't want to admit it, he's comforting himself with Kayaba Akihiko's excellence. It's kind of ironic. Just like that, the two of them quietly looked at the curtain with different emotions. They're looking forward to the result. On the other side, behind the curtain, the electric current in Wu Yan's hand is getting brighter and brighter. The crackling sound is getting louder and louder. If this continues, no matter how good his control is, he won't be able to control it. The two people outside could also sense the abnormality here. Fortunately, Wu Yan opened his eyes and the electricity in his hands slowed down. He let out a long sigh. There's a trace of fatigue in his wine-red eyes, but more than that, there's hope. Wu Yan held Asuna's hand as if he's trying to wake her up from her slumber. Wu Yan called out to her softly as if he's trying to wake her up. Asuna. This shout seemed to have penetrated deep into the heart of the girl lying on the bed. Her eyelids fluttered and her weak breathing gradually became stronger. The jade hand in Wu Yan's palm twitched and a snort came out from her nose. Seeing this, Wu Yan tightened his grip and he yelled again. Asuna. Asuna. The girl seemed to be responding to Wu Yan's calls. Every time Wu Yan called out to her, her eyelids would twitch violently. Finally, her eyelids fluttered and she slowly opened her eyes. Asuna was very confused and scared. When Asuna was released from Sao, she thought she would be able to see the sunlight of the real world as soon as she opened her eyes. She also thought she would be able to see the miserable state of her body that she hasn't taken care of for 3 years. She thought she would be able to see it again. Then, all I need to do is to wait for a while and Wu Yan's familiar figure will appear before me, filling up the last piece of the puzzle that I need to return to Wu Yan. Unfortunately, reality was cruel. When Asuna opened her eyes, what appeared in front of her wasn't the hospital room she had imagined, nor was it the sunlight of the real world. Instead, it was a scene from another imaginary world. It was like a birdcage that imprisoned her. While Asuna was still in a state of confusion and fear, the guy who claimed to be Sugo Nobuyuki appeared in front of her and told her what was going on. Asuna couldn't believe it. She didn't expect Sugo Nobuyuki to do something like this. Am I going to become his toy and live in this birdcage forever? Am I never going to see the man who promised me a lifetime? Asuna was terrified. She prayed with all her might, praying that Wu Yan would appear in front of her again and take her away. While Asuna was praying, she suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. Her vision started to blur, and her body started to lose all sensation. Her consciousness started to float in the air, and when she regained her consciousness, a sense of weakness spread throughout her body. At the same time, she also felt that her eyelids were blocking her vision. That's why Asuna was confused. She was confused about what was happening to her body. She was afraid that if she opened her eyes again, she would find herself in another birdcage. However, at this moment, an incomparably familiar voice, as if appearing in a dream, entered her heart. Hearing this voice, the doubt and fear in Asuna's heart disappeared in an instant. Her heart trembled violently. It's him. He's here. In her excitement, Asuna ignored the weakness in her body and tried her best to open her eyes. She wanted to see that figure. Even if this is a dream, at least let me see, just let me see. With the help of endless motivation, Asuna finally managed to gather a little bit of strength and used it all on her eyelids. Then, she opened her eyes. Her chestnut-colored eyes were the most beautiful color in the world. Her eyes lit up the entire room, and even the temperature of the air rose a little. Asuna's blurry vision gradually recovered, and the white ceiling finally appeared in front of her eyes, accompanied by a face that she has been dreaming about for a very long time. Asuna. Wu Yan smiled at Asuna, who is looking at him in a daze. Her eyes are filled with uncertainty and fear. He held her hand tightly. Good morning. Feeling the warmth and strength in her hand, Asuna finally understood that this is not a dream. Her beautiful eyes were filled with tears. Asuna couldn't help but shed tears of joy and grievance. It was as if she was telling Wu Yan about how she was treated not long ago. She couldn't stop crying. Wu Yan gripped Asuna's hand tightly as he comforted her. His other hand caressed her face and he gently wiped away her tears. Asuna couldn't help but muster up all her strength. She struggled to sit up on the bed and threw herself into Wu Yan's arms. Wu Yan quickly hugged her to support her weak body. I knew it. I knew it. Asuna's voice was hoarse as she sobbed, "You will find me." Hearing Asuna's words, Wu Yan's heart was filled with pity. He wanted to hug her with all his strength, but considering how weak she is right now, he could only pat her back to comfort her. The two hugged each other on the bed. Only the faint sound of crying could be heard. The sun shone on them like a blessing. Chapter 777. As time went by, Yuki Shozo and Sugo Nobuyuki became more and more restless. The sound of pacing could be heard in the room. They would look at the curtain from time to time, but there was no movement inside at all. Is she still not ready? It wasn't the first time Yuki Chuzo asked this question. Although his expression was still calm, his eyes were full of anxiety. President, this is taking too long. Sugo Nobuyuki quickly said. That man, I don't think we can trust his words. Chozo's face changed drastically. As the CEO of a large manufacturer, he rushed to the hospital when he received the news that the victims of SAO had woken up. He thought that his daughter had finally woken up, but he didn't expect to receive the worst news. Now, a person suddenly appeared and said that he could save Asuna, leaving him waiting outside the hospital. It was a torture for him. Yuki Akeso is having a hard time, Sugo Nobuyuki is having a hard time as well. He can feel a sense of unease creeping up on him. The more time passes, the greater the sense of unease. His heart is beating like a drum, he's afraid that Wu Yan has the ability to save Asuna. Therefore, Sugo Nobuyuki could only tell himself that such a thing would never happen. The victims of SAO were trapped in the imaginary world for 3 years. For 3 years, no one was able to save them even with the help of the entire country. Now, the imaginary world that Sugo Nobuyuki used to trap 300 players, including Asuna, used the same cardinal system. Although it's an old version, it's still very stable. Plus, no one has been able to break through Nervegear's stealth system for 3 years. It's not impossible to use an external force to intervene, but that's the only way. That's right, it hasn't been created yet. When he thought about it, Sugo's uneasiness calmed down a lot. Unfortunately, the method Wu Yan used to save Asuna isn't any other method. It's a mysterious ability in this world. That's why Sugo's fate is sealed. While the two of them had different thoughts and were waiting anxiously, the curtain covering the entire bed slowly opened, instantly attracting the attention of Yuki Shozo and Sugo Nobuyuki. The two of them suddenly turned their heads to look at the direction of the bed. The next moment, it was as if they were struck by lightning. Both of them were stunned on the spot. This. Yuki looked in front of him in disbelief. After confirming that he's not mistaken, he trembled with excitement. Asuna. Dad. With Wu Yan's help, Asuna sat on the edge of the bed and looked at Yuki. Her eyes were red and swollen from crying. Dad. Asuna. It's really Asuna. Yuki suppressed his trembling body and walked step by step to Asuna's side. You finally woke up. He shouted excitedly. Sugo Nobuyuki had a face full of disbelief, but unlike the excited Yuki Shozo, he took a few steps back. He kept shaking his head as if he's hysterical. Impossible, this is impossible. Sugo Nobuyuki's words instantly fell into the ears of the 3 people present, waking them up from the joy of reunion. Asuna's gaze fell on Sugo Nobuyuki. She pointed at him angrily and shouted at Sugo Nobuyuki. Father. That's him. He's the one who imprisoned me in an imaginary world. I can't wake up. What did you say? As if a bucket of cold water was poured on his heart, the excitement on his face disappeared without a trace. His head stiffly turned to Sugo Nobuyuki, his eyes were filled with disbelief. Sugo Nobuyuki regained his senses and clenched his teeth. He pretended to be calm and pushed up his glasses. Miss Asuna, what are you talking about? I don't understand what you're saying. Asuna woke up from a long slumber so she couldn't hear Sugo Nobuyuki's voice. Other than Wu Yan's voice that miraculously reached her heart, she couldn't hear anything else. However, based on Sugo Nobuyuki's expression, it's not hard for her to guess that he's trying to weasel his way out of this. Asuna glared coldly at Sugo Nobuyuki before turning to look at Yuiching Akane. Dad, this person used some underhanded means to imprison me in an imaginary world called Aloe, and he's the administrator of that imaginary world. President. Sugo Nobuyuki took a deep breath and lowered his head. It seems like Miss Asuna has been sleeping for a long time. Even her thoughts are a little messed up. This. Yuki stood up and looked at Asuna, who was looking at Sugo Nobuyuki with a cold expression. Then, he looked at Sugo Nobuyuki, who had his head lowered. He couldn't see Sugo Nobuyuki's expression and frowned. I think it's better to let Asuna rest for a while. Hearing this, except for Asuna, who couldn't hear anything for the time being, everyone knew that Yuki still chose to believe Sugo Nobuyuki. Sugo Nobuyuki grinned. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes and glanced at Sugo Nobuyuki. He took the nerve gear from Asuna's hand. Yuki-san, I don't think there's a need for that. Wu Yan weighed the helmet in his hand and smiled. Yuki paused. Sugo Nobuyuki's expression changed. He turned around and chose the stupidest way to deal with the situation. Run. However, just as he raised his foot, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him with a cold and bright smile on her face. Where do you think you're going? Sugo-san. You. Sugo Nobuyuki took a step back in fear. He looked at Wu Yan who was sitting on the bed a second ago. His heart was filled with fear. President. Sugo Nobuyuki yelled at Yuki. Don't be fooled by him. He must have done something to Miss Asuna. President, you have to believe me. Don't be in a hurry to deny it. Wu Yan stepped forward and pursed his lips. Now, with Asuna as a witness, I believe there will be people investigating that ALO world very soon. Before that, it's better for you to stay here obediently. Don't jump around everywhere, bastard. Sugo Nobuyuki was in complete despair. His eyes flashed with madness. He grabbed a fruit knife and stabbed it at Wu Yan. Asuna was scared out of her wits. Stop. Yuki Shozo exclaimed. Wu Yan raised his head. He didn't even look at the fruit knife coming for him. His wine-red eyes glowed red. Before the fruit knife could reach Wu Yan, he felt a force that could topple mountains and overturn seas raining down on him. As if he had hit an invisible wall, Sugo Nobuyuki flew back at a speed faster than when he had rushed over and smashed into the wall beside him. Ah! The impact made Sugo Nobuyuki dizzy. He howled in pain. Then, a foot appeared in front of his eyes. It was getting bigger and bigger. Bang! 2 streams of blood flowed down Sugo Nobuyuki's nose. His glasses were completely shattered and hung loosely on his face. A few teeth flew out of his mouth. His head tilted to the side and his eyes bulged as he fainted. Seeing this, Asuna let out a sigh of relief and a smile appeared on her face. On the other hand, Yuiching Akisan stared at Sugo Nobuyuki's ugly face. Yuiching Akisan's shoulders drooped as if he had suddenly aged a lot. Chapter 778. In the end, Sugo Nobuyuki's actions were exposed to the public, and everyone knew about it. Originally, Sugo Nobuyuki was adamant in denying his crimes. He tried to push all the blame onto Kayaba Akihiko, the developer of Nerve Gear and Cardinal. After all, everything he did in the imaginary world was just virtual data. Even if he didn't erase it in time, it doesn't mean he did it. So, he decided to just deny it and try to fool the public. Unfortunately, the true ancestor of vampires would not let go of this clown who had extended his dirty hands to his wife. So, one night, in the shelter where Shinji was kept, the police officer who was watching over him faintly heard the miserable cries that had been ringing for the entire night. He was so scared that he thought that the shelter was haunted. The next morning, when someone went to pick up Sugo Nobuyuki crawled to the police officers and pleaded for all his crimes. He repeatedly emphasized that he shouldn't be forgiven and that it would be best if he was locked up in prison for the rest of his life. The police officers were stunned. They thought Sugo Nobuyuki had lost his mind. They didn't know that not only was Sugo Nobuyuki not insane, he was actually very clear-headed. So, he clearly understood that if he were to appear under the sun again, everything that happened to him last night would be a nightmare that would haunt him for the rest of his life. If that were to happen, he wouldn't be able to die in peace. Whatever the case may be, the incident with Sugoi Nobuyuki had come to an end. The 300 players who were trapped in the ALO and turned into experimental subjects had successfully escaped the calamity before the experiment began. They had awakened from the negative effects of the imaginary world. Slowly, they're going back to the surface. Of course, after the incident, the players found out what happened in SAO over the past 3 years. The name Wu Yan became the focus of the investigation. So, questions of all sizes began to appear one after another, such as Wu Yan's identity, background, and so on. However, at this time, the investigators who couldn't find out anything about Wu Yan's identity and background were shocked to find out that one of the staff members accidentally found information about Wu Yan's identity. For a moment, all the investigators couldn't help but look at each other. Before this, no matter how much they investigated, Wu Yan's identity was like a mystery. They couldn't even find his name in the household register. But now, everything was clearly laid out in front of them. How could this not cause their brains to short-circuit? That's all for later. In short, after solving the identity problem, quite a number of people approached Wu Yan and tried to get information about SAO out of him. Wu Yan didn't want to be the first one to do so. He just brushed them off with a perfunctory manner. There were more things that needed to be solved in the future. Wu Yan is so famous in SAO that he can't do anything about it. He's going to be very busy. Just like that, time slowly passed by. The matter between SAO and ALO gradually calmed down during this period of time. One day, early in the morning, "Daddy, get up." Amidst a tender and sweet cry, Wu Yan, who was still lying on the bed and had been idling around for quite some time, smacked his lips. He hugged the blanket and twisted his body. "It's not dawn yet, Daddy." Yui, who was wearing a cute dress and had long straight hair, couldn't help but pout angrily. She pulled Wu Yan's blanket and kept tugging at it. "It's already dawn. Mommy is still waiting for you. Get up." Unfortunately, Yui's voice was like a stone sinking into the ocean. She didn't get a single reply. What she got in return were a few strange murmurs and the sound of heavy breathing. Moi. Yui's small face was swollen, her big watery eyes were full of anger. Yui rolled her eyes and she climbed onto the bed. She poked Wu Yan's cheek and she called out to him. "Hey, Wu Yan. Mommy is about to be taken away. Let's see who dares." Wu Yan's body shook and like a spring, he jumped up and landed on top of the bed. His face didn't have the slightest trace of confusion, it's filled with killing intent. He even struck a Thai boxing pose as if he's going to use a sure kill skill that will empty his HP bar. Even his eyes turned ferocious. Wu Yan quickly realized something. His expression stiffened and his neck stiffened as he slowly moved downwards. Then, he saw Yui tilting her head with an adorable smile as she meowed in a sweet voice. "Good morning, Daddy." Yui. Wu Yan's eyebrows twitched and his mouth twitched. He cursed in his heart. His shoulders drooped and he said weakly, "Good morning, moi, Daddy, wake up." Yui put her hands on her waist like an adult and said with dissatisfaction, "Mommy is going to be out of school soon. Let's go pick her up." "Yes, yes, yes." Wu Yan smiled bitterly and glanced at Yui. "I say, my daughter, can you not wake me up like this in the future? If I don't call you like this, Yui won't be able to wake up my super lazy daddy." Yui tilted her head as if thinking about something. She finally came to a conclusion. "It's Daddy's fault." Wu Yan chuckled awkwardly. He shrugged his shoulders and started washing up helplessly. After solving the problem of his identity, he and his only daughter, Yui, started living in a mansion that wasn't made of wood but had the exact same layout as their house on the 22nd floor of Aincrad. They started to settle down in a mansion that wasn't made of wood but had the exact same layout as their house on the 22nd floor of Aincrad. On the surface, Wu Yan is a single father and Yui is his adopted daughter. The two of them lived together in the same villa as each other. Originally, Yui was dissatisfied with her status as an adopted daughter. She'd rather be Wu Yan's biological daughter than an adopted daughter. However, Wu Yan looks like he's in his 20s. He can't imagine how people would look at him if he has a daughter who's around 10 years old. No matter how dissatisfied Yui is, she had no choice but to accept it. Yui is actually quite satisfied. She's able to appear in the real world and accompany her parents. What's there to be dissatisfied with? Of course, as for how she was able to appear in the real world and even become a person with flesh and blood, Yui didn't understand at all. Every time she asked her father how he did it, he would only give her a mysterious smile and then smile perfunctorily. Fortunately, Yui is very obedient. She knows what to ask and what not to ask. She didn't ask any further. The result is good, isn't it? And so, the two of them lived a peaceful and happy life together. Asuna also came to visit them almost every day. She already considered this house as her own. If it weren't for her parents' disapproval, she would have moved in with them. In Liz's words, Asuna is in a hurry to get married. Speaking of Asuna, she can't live with Wu Yan and Yui like she used to. She's living in her own home. She went to a school for the survivors of SAO and she became the prettiest girl in the school. She's now the most popular girl in the school. She's now the most popular girl in the school. This is why Yui always uses the excuse that her mother was taken away from her to wake Wu Yan up. Wu Yan isn't a student, so he's not in school. He knows that there are a lot of people chasing after Asuna. Chapter 779. The rich and clear azure sky hung high above everyone's head. White clouds and thin layers of clouds overlapped and dotted the sky. They were like lambs running in the blue wilderness. It was overwhelming, but it also gave people an indescribable feeling that was different from reality. Around him, on the thin wires, a few sparrows suddenly flew up and landed there. They leaned against each other and chattered as if they were talking about something interesting. From time to time, they would dance in a circle under the sunlight as if they were enjoying something. If they had expressions, their faces would definitely be filled with a satisfied and big smile, right? Asuna walked out of the school with a bouncing posture. Her uniform and her movements made her look like a young and beautiful girl. She didn't have the gentle temperament of a young woman in SAO. No, it's not that it's gone, it's just that it's buried deep in her bones. Only a lucky guy and a cute little girl can have the chance to enjoy Asuna's temperament. Asuna's temperament. Asuna's temperament. Asuna's temperament is hidden deep in her bones. Only a lucky guy and a cute little girl can have the chance to enjoy Asuna's temperament. Asuna had a bright smile on her face as she walked along the street. Her beautiful face was radiating a dazzling radiance that attracted the attention of all the men around her. Asuna, on the other hand, was enjoying the scenery around her as she walked along the street. The wind was still as gentle as ever, and the noise of the students after school spread to the scene bit by bit. Asuna's body and mind were immersed in this ordinary scene. She even started humming a song. This kind of noisy and ordinary scene can't be replicated in SAO no matter how skilled Kayaba Akihiko is. Just like in SAO, Asuna, Wu Yan, and Yui lived next to their home for a year. It's also impossible to replicate the beautiful scenery in the real world. Both worlds are worth Asuna's attention. Asuna still feels like she's in a dream. She can't believe she's back in the real world. That's why she cherishes her time here. But sometimes, Asuna couldn't help but recall her memories in SAO. Usually, at this time, Asuna would have a smile on her face that would make the men around her unable to react for a long time. Asuna is glad that she met Wu Yan in that world. Wu Yan gave her so many wonderful memories and made her life in this world more colorful than it already was. Without Wu Yan, Asuna couldn't imagine what would happen to her life in Sao. She couldn't even imagine what would happen to her if she didn't have Wu Yan by her side. Asuna's heart couldn't help but melt at the thought of having a house in this world that was exactly the same as the one in the forest on the 22nd floor of Aincrad. She also had a loving husband and an adorable daughter. She was so happy that she couldn't help but feel her heart melt. Of course, other than bliss, Asuna also felt bashful and confused. Bashful because, in the real world, Wu Yan is only her boyfriend. But, just like what Liz said, she couldn't leave Wu Yan's embrace. She couldn't stop thinking about how she could return to her old life and be Wu Yan's wife. This urge to marry Wu Yan made Asuna hide under her blanket in the middle of the night. She would toss and turn while rubbing her pillow. As for their doubts, they are doubtful of Wu Yan's inhuman methods. Why would Yui, an AI, appear in the real world? She's weak, but why did she become so energetic after drinking Wu Yan's potion? It's like she hasn't been in bed for 3 years. These are the questions in Asuna's mind. However, like Yui, Asuna didn't ask Wu Yan anything. After all, she and Wu Yan have only known each other for a few months in the real world. They don't know each other as much as they did in Sao. It's better to avoid certain things for the time being. Besides, Asuna trusts Wu Yan a lot. She believes that no matter how mysterious he is, he still loves her. Asuna's thoughts started to wander as she stood at the school gate. Unconsciously, a charming smile appeared on her face. It's obvious that she's reminiscing about the happy days in Sao. Ayaya, Yui, I'm guessing that Mom must be thinking about us again. Mom. Mom is the best. A familiar voice echoed in Asuna's ears and woke her up. She couldn't help but turn around. She saw Wu Yan holding Yui's hand and standing in front of her with a smile on his face. She smiled back at him, but her face quickly tensed up. You two are going to bully me again, right? Asuna's face was filled with fear as she puffed out her chest. This isn't home. I can scream at any time, and the school's guards will come out and chase you away. Wu Yan and Yui glanced at each other and they both lowered their shoulders. What should we do? Yui. Wu Yan looked like he was abandoned by the world. He held Yui's hand. Mom is going to chase us away, she doesn't want us anymore. Mom is a bad person. Yui cried pitifully and hugged Wu Yan's arm. Dad, don't be sad. Mom doesn't want Dad, Yui wants Dad. Wu Yan was touched. Alright, from now on, we'll rely on each other and despise our mother together. Let's look down on Mom together. Yui, who was just saying, Mom is the best, just now said. You. Asuna's lips trembled, tears rushed to her eyes as she stomped her feet. I'm ignoring you. Mom's ignoring us. Yeah, why don't we stop looking down on our poor mom, Asuna closed her eyes in exasperation, causing Wu Yan and Yui to laugh. Asuna was angry and amused at the same time, but she couldn't hide the happiness in her eyes. As always, your relationship is so good that it makes me envious. Suddenly, footsteps sounded. Kirito, Liz, Sachi, Cheyenne, and Silica walked over with smiles on their faces. As expected of a model couple. Kirito raised an eyebrow while carrying a backpack. When are we going to have an earth-shattering wedding in the real world? Asuna's face turned red. Wu Yan shrugged helplessly. I want to, but there's no garden of flowers here, and I don't have as much money as I did in the game, don't worry. Shireen patted her chest, raised her head and said, as long as you agree, I'll help you pay for both the venue and the funds. Hearing Cheyenne's words, everyone laughed helplessly, but they didn't have the slightest doubt. This little girl in front of them was a real rich girl. Even Asuna's family background couldn't compare to her. She could be considered as a super rich girl among the rich. It's worth mentioning that Cheyenne's real name is Yuki Cheyenne. She's also a distant relative of Asuna's family. Yuki Cheyenne's father has helped her a lot. Of course, the daughter of a rich family also had her own troubles. This could be seen from the two fierce-looking bodyguards who got out of a super luxurious car not far from her. Hey, don't tell me you're going to bring them with you. Everyone looked at Cheyenne speechlessly. Sachi and Silica hid behind Wu Yan. Cheyenne hurriedly explained. Of course not. Cheyenne immediately said to the two bodyguards. You guys can go back first. Yes. Miss. The two bodyguards respectfully saluted, then hid in the car and drove away in a whirring sound, stirring up a cloud of dust. Everyone coughed until they choked. When the dust dispersed, they looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 780. Oh. We're here. Arriving at the entrance of a bar, he looked at the signboard and turned around to smile at the crowd. This should be the place. Seriously, why did you open a bar in a place like this, Agile? Cheyenne held Sachi's hand and complained. It's like an alley filled with criminals. I'm a little scared. You're scared of criminals? Liz couldn't help but laugh. Then why didn't you think twice before leaving with Wu Yan? Hearing this, Shireen lowered her head awkwardly and muttered something under her breath. It doesn't matter, the result is good anyway. That girl, she thought I was a beta tester, that's why she followed me like a fool. Wu Yan grumbled. If she met Kirito, she would have followed you too. Hey, why do you make it sound like I'm cheap? Cheyenne jumped up. It's not like I'm paying for it. Silica smiled embarrassedly. In a way, you're paying for it. It's okay. Sachi comforted her when she saw that Cheyenne was about to go crazy. Isn't that great? If it wasn't for that, we wouldn't have known each other. Cheyenne's expression softened a little when she heard Sachi's words. She snorted and turned her head away. Everyone chuckled. You guys. Is it fun to chat at the door? The door in front of them was pushed open. A man with some stubble on his chin and a headband on his forehead, who looked a little old, held the door handle and teased, could it be that because you're a minor, you don't even dare to enter the door of the bar? Klein, you bastard. Wu Yan and Kirito bumped fists with Klein, who they haven't seen in a while. I'm an adult. Wu Yan smiled and said. Don't put me in the same boat as Kirito, hey. Kirito's mouth twitched. I got married in the game, don't make it sound so bad, ha ha ha. Klein laughed loudly. He patted Kirito's shoulder. Reality and the game have nothing to do with each other. Look at Suda, he didn't even marry his girlfriend in the game, but now in the real world, the two of them are fighting like crazy. Sachi was surprised. So the president's girlfriend is here too? Shili lowered her head and mumbled, no wonder he ran so fast after school. Aya, everyone is in pairs. Shireen sighed. His expression became serious. Should I also find a boyfriend? Klein's perverted eyes lit up. He coughed and adjusted his tie. He was about to say something when Wu Yan gave him a harsh blow. Uncle, you're still trying to make a move on an underage girl? Klein's face fell, and he jumped as if he was about to explode. Yen. Don't forget that you're about the same age as me. You're the one who made a move on an underage girl. That's where you're wrong. Liz giggled. Asuna's face was flushed red as she hugged Asuna. Our Asuna is already 18 years old, she's thinking about getting married every day. Oh, Liz. Asuna's face turned red. She glanced at Wu Yan and quickly turned her head away. She grabbed Yui's hand and walked into the shop angrily. I'm going to ignore you guys. That's a big reaction. Sachi was surprised again. It looks like. Shili scratched her cheek. It's true. Shireen shook her head. She wants to get married. Liz giggled. You guys. Wu Yan bitterly smiled. You're going to get married sooner or later. Don't worry, you guys will be laughed at. Sachi, Shili, and Shireen looked at Wu Yan with a yearning expression. It looks like they're imagining themselves getting married. They have to admit that they're envious of Wu Yan and Asuna's love for each other. Even Liz couldn't help but glance at Kirito. Kirito shuddered. God has mercy on Kirito, he's still underage. As the group of people walked into the shop, the whole picture of the shop appeared in front of everyone. Although it was called a shop, it really looked like a bar. The counter was long and circular. In front of the counter, there were a few tables scattered together. One after another, people gathered around the tables to celebrate, shouting frequently. However, when Wu Yan and Co entered the arena, the crowd quieted down and they started cheering even more fervently. Our hero is here. Fey Swordsman, we've been waiting for you. Girls. Welcome. Do you only look at girls? Ha ha ha, cheers after cheers entered the group's ears, causing them to laugh. After that, an offline party for the survivors of SAO began. Yo, winners in life. Agile stood on the counter with one hand on his waist. He grinned at Wu Yan and Kirito. I thought you guys didn't want to show up because you're trying to please your lover. Agile, you're the least qualified person to say that. Kirito mocked him. You're the only one among us who's married. Well, I guess I'm the weakest. Agile pursed his lips and said. Some people who aren't even married already have a daughter. Kirito, Klein, and Agile glanced at Yui, who was happily chatting with the girls at the same table as Asuna. They couldn't help but be curious about the girl's background. It's not that they know Yui's true identity. Only Wu Yan and Asuna know Yui's true identity. That's why they're not surprised to see Yui in the real world. What they're curious about is why Yui's biological parents didn't come and take her back. Instead, they let her live with Wu Yan. They knew Yui became Wu Yan's adopted daughter and lived with him. They just don't understand how things developed to this point. Did Yui's parents abandon her? Or is Yui an orphan? But where would an orphan get a helmet to play games? Dense doubt settled in the hearts of the three men and immediately turned into curiosity. Looking at their appearance, if it wasn't for the fact that they were pure men, it was likely that others would have thought that they were gossipy young ladies from somewhere. Wu Yan pursed his lips when he saw the look on the three's face. He raised his glass and took a sip before looking at Kirito. Oh right, don't you guys have an event tonight? Wu Yan found out that after Sugo Nobuyuki was arrested, Kirito logged into Allo just like he did in the original work. They didn't know why Kirito logged into the game. They only know that after Kirito logged out, he gave a world seed called Beast to Agile. In other words, just like in the original novel, Vermo is the main theme of this world, and Allo is also the main theme. Tonight, Kirito and the others will challenge that new Aincrad once again. Kirito's expression turned serious as he looked at Wu Yan. Are you sure you don't want to come with us? Well. Wu Yan scratched his head. If there's a chance, I'll make a cameo appearance, but I don't think I'll be joining tonight, I see. Kirito nodded and said regretfully. That's a shame, it's not as fun without you. He's a hero now, he's looking down on us. Klein said in a sour tone. Then, he raised his wine glass and handed it to Wu Yan. Heartless bastard, I'll teach you a lesson today. Kirito and Agile nodded in agreement. Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this. Chapter 781. Sai, supporting Wu Yan, who looked like he just got fucked by someone. Asuna sighed for the umpteenth time as they made their way back to the city. Didn't you say you can drink a lot? Asuna complained. Why did you end up like this? Burp, Wu Yan burped. Asuna frowned when she smelled the alcohol on his body. Wu Yan smiled bitterly and apologized. I'm sorry, Asuna. I didn't think I would end up like this, but you can't blame me for this. Wu Yan quickly pushed all the blame away from him. I don't know what drugs those bastards from the Knights of the Blood Oath have taken, but they're drinking so hard that they're taking turns to fight. How despicable. Asuna pouted. She knew Wu Yan's current predicament was partly because of her. Asuna didn't blame Wu Yan too much. After all, this kind of situation is similar to when the husband is drunk and the wife is busy taking care of him. It's a bad situation, but it's a heartwarming scene. Therefore, Asuna could only mumble to herself. Seriously, you should think about the consequences next time. Even if you don't care, you should think about Yui. How are you going to take care of Yui when you're like this? Yeah, that's true. Wu Yan helplessly tilted his head, trying to get it to think better. Luckily, they're here. Otherwise, with my current state, Yui would be starving tonight. Asuna blinked and chuckled. Luckily, they seemed pretty happy. They said they wanted to sleep with Yui in the real world for a long time, and now it's happening. Wu Yan shrugged in disdain. I think she probably wants to use Yui as a pillow. Girls have no resistance to cute and pretty things, Asuna's expression turned dangerous. Her nasal voice was also dragged out by her for a long time. Don't make it sound like all girls are cliché. Is it cliché to like cute and beautiful things? Wu Yan said thoughtfully, then I'm really a bit cliché. What did you say? Asuna's ears twitched like a rabbit's ears as she looked at Wu Yan with a half smile. You mean, you also like cute and beautiful things? That's right, like someone like Celica? Hurry up. Wu Yan's mouth twitched. By the way, why are you talking about girls? Asuna snorted and turned her head away, but her chestnut-colored eyes were still fixed on Wu Yan. You really don't have any self-awareness. The sour taste in Asuna's words hit Wu Yan's face, making Wu Yan's eyebrows twitch. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I know I'm a playboy, but I really don't have too many girls here. Even I can't believe I'm that shameless, so why is there a topic of jealousy? I say, Asuna. His drunkenness has mostly dissipated. Wu Yan straightened his back, but he leaned his head on Asuna's body, looking very intimate and flirtatious. Did Liz hit the nail on the head? Are you in a hurry to get married? Who said that? Asuna's eyebrows shot up like a cat whose tail was stepped on. What's the point of getting married? Why should I be in a hurry? Do you think I'm afraid no one wants me? Yes. I know Asuna-sama's charm is off the charts. Wu Yan teased, but before Asuna could get angry, he suddenly said something. There's a place I want to go. Asuna was stunned. She asked in surprise, where is it? Well. Wu Yan smiled meaningfully. He pulled Asuna's hand and led her in a certain direction. Follow me and you'll know. Wait. Asuna's hand was held by Wu Yan. She had no choice but to run. After running for about half an hour, Wu Yan finally let go of her hand and stopped. Why you? Asuna huffed as she bent down. She placed her hands on her knees and she glared at Wu Yan with rage in her eyes. Didn't I tell you to wait? Sorry. Wu Yan laughed and he scratched his cheeks. If you don't hurry up, dusk will be over, and you won't be able to see what I want you to see. Oh. Asuna huffed. She patted her chest and put her hands on her waist. If you can't satisfy me, I won't forgive you, don't worry. Wu Yan said confidently, I'll definitely satisfy you. Asuna pursed her lips and asked, then, what is it? Wu Yan smirked and put his hand on Asuna's shoulder. Don't blink. Wu Yan slowly moved his body to the side, allowing Asuna to see the scene behind him. Asuna looked at him in confusion, then her body suddenly froze. She covered her mouth with one hand and an expression of disbelief appeared on her face. It was as if she had seen something unbelievable. Her pair of beautiful eyes gradually regained their lost spirit and couldn't sink any further. In Asuna's eyes, half of the sun had already set, and the remaining half was still emitting a dazzling light that shrouded every corner of the place. Not far away, a circular flower bed was casting a long shadow under the light of the setting sun. Flower petals that came out of nowhere were floating in the air like fairies dancing in the air. Beautiful. Beautiful to the extreme. Of course, beauty alone isn't enough to make Asuna show such an expression. What really made Asuna's expression change is that this scene is exactly the same as the scene of her wedding with Wu Yan on the 47th floor of Aincrad. No way. Asuna couldn't believe what she was seeing. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. Wu Yan held Asuna's hand and slowly walked towards the flower bed. He stopped in front of the flower bed, facing Asuna. Although they aren't wearing formal attire, this scene is exactly the same as when they got married. How is it? Do you like it? Wu Yan looked around and he smiled at Asuna, who is still in a state of disbelief. It wasn't easy for me to find a place like this. There aren't any other flower beds or streets around here, but it's the same here, right? Asuna nodded. Asuna nodded in a daze. Her eyes never left their surroundings. Wu Yan bitterly smiled. He took a deep breath and he took out a box from his pocket. He opened the box in front of Asuna. Asuna looked at the box, and in the next moment, her eyes widened to their maximum. She was completely stunned on the spot. Inside the box, there is a ring. A wedding ring. The wedding ring we agreed on. Wu Yan took the ring out of the box and held it in his hand. He tilted his head and smiled at Asuna. Asuna, can you please marry me? His words reverberated in Asuna's ears and her heart. She covered her mouth with her hands as tears flowed down her cheeks. She looked at Wu Yan with a smile on his face. She started sobbing and sobbing when she saw Wu Yan's smile. Finally, the sound of her sobbing could be heard all around her. Her heart melted, Asuna could only nod. She kept nodding her head. She didn't care about her tears and threw herself into Wu Yan's arms. Her suppressed sobs echoed in the air. Wu Yan chuckled when he heard it. Chapter 782. The dusk scene has completely dissipated, it's done its job. Lights began to flicker in various buildings, dispelling the faint darkness of the night. The streets gradually fell into darkness, the light of the day gradually dimmed, replaced by the light from the street lamps. Only tomorrow will they reappear and bring new warmth to the city. Yui went to Sachi's house to spend the night. Cheyenne, Silica, and Liz also followed her. Originally, Wu Yan was supposed to be the only one in the mansion, but when the door opened and Wu Yan walked into his house, there was a beautiful figure following behind him. Walking on the other side of Wu Yan, Asuna felt a little uncomfortable. She didn't even know where she should go. She looked up and glanced at Wu Yan, but she quickly lowered her head as if she was startled. Her cheeks turned red, and her heart was filled with shyness. Asuna didn't know why she wanted to go home with Wu Yan. She only knew that after wearing Wu Yan's wedding ring, she didn't want to leave Wu Yan's side anymore. Asuna didn't even think about it. When Wu Yan offered to take her home, she blurted out, "I'll go home with you." She even secretly sent a message to her family, telling them that she won't be going home tonight. Don't tell me, Asuna suddenly thought of something and blushed all the way to her ears. She quickly covered her face with her hands and shook her head shyly. What Asuna didn't know was that her actions were being watched by someone next to her. Not a single detail was left unnoticed by the person next to her. Wu Yan didn't know how many times he chuckled in his heart. He coughed and sighed as if he wanted to dispel Asuna's shyness. If only it was the same as the time in Aincrad, the proposal would have been great. Whenever I want to get married. Wu Yan wasn't pretending to have such thoughts. After all, Asuna still has her parents in this world. Even though she accepted his proposal, her parents still haven't talked to her yet. Asuna's father, Yuki Shozo, knew a thing or two about Wu Yan. He saw how Wu Yan used some unknown method to wake Asuna up. He also saw how Wu Yan healed her in one night. Yuki Shozo viewed Wu Yan as a hidden VIP. If Asuna asked to marry Wu Yan, Yuki Shozo might not agree immediately, but he would definitely consider it. I believe that the next time they meet, with Wu Yan's heaven-defying skills, it wouldn't be hard to get Yuki Akeso to agree to his request. The problem is Asuna's mother. Asuna's mother isn't as gullible as Yuki Shozo. As a university professor, she has a better eye than Yuki Shozo. Otherwise, she wouldn't have rejected Sugo Nobuyuki, who didn't show any flaws. However, she's a bit snobbish. If you want to marry Asuna, you don't have a good personality or a good family background. Asuna's mother won't easily agree if you don't have a good background. Of course, with Wu Yan's capabilities, he can easily create a background that is on par with the ruler of a country. His family background isn't a problem either. Asuna's mother won't object to this, but she won't agree to it right away either. Even though she's a snob, Asuna's mother still values Asuna in certain aspects. At the very least, they have to spend some time with each other. So, if he really wants to marry Asuna, he won't be able to do it without a certain amount of time. Wu Yan's words successfully diverted Asuna's attention. She looked up and saw Wu Yan's regretful expression. She held his hand and comforted him. I just turned 18, my family will be a bit worried. I will slowly leak some information to them so they can be mentally prepared. For now, let's just treat it as an engagement. Wu Yan bitterly smiled when he heard Asuna's words. If he can, he really wants to marry Asuna right away. It's not that he's too eager, he just wants to leave without any regrets before he leaves. Wu Yan suppressed his thoughts and maintained a regretful expression on his face. Originally, I was so excited to hold another wedding ceremony. Asuna couldn't help but look forward to it. Even though she's experienced a wedding ceremony before, that was in the game world. She's looking forward to a wedding ceremony in the real world. After all, she's a girl. Well, I guess we can only delay it for now. Wu Yan turned around with a teasing look on his face. Anyway, it looks like you're more anxious than I am. Oh, don't joke about this. Asuna's cheeks puffed up as she rubbed her hands in dissatisfaction. She looked at the owner of those hands and smiled again. She leaned her head into Wu Yan's chest. Actually, as long as I can live with you and Yui in this house, I'm already very happy. Is that so? Wu Yan hugged Asuna's waist and rubbed her cheeks. I'm the same. The year I spent with you and Yui in Aincrad's 22-story wooden mansion was the happiest time I've had since I came to this world. Wu Yan hugged Asuna with his other hand. However, I feel like if I don't give you a wedding ceremony, no matter how happy I am, there will be some flaws in my life. I don't want you to say something like, you didn't even give me a wedding ceremony, when we fight in the future. I won't do that. Asuna yelled in dissatisfaction. She seemed to have thought of something and giggled. Even though we've argued a lot in the past, we've never been serious, right? Yeah. Wu Yan chuckled as he recalled the 1 year of cohabitation in SAO. Every time, either you let me win or I didn't want to, or Yui jumped in to stop us. We never got into a fight. Wu Yan giggled as he lowered his head to look at Asuna's face. It seems like our life from now on will be very harmonious. I don't think so. Asuna snorted and said, who knows if you'll go out and flirt with other women. Wu Yan raised an eyebrow and rubbed his chin. According to what you said, it seems like my wish back then was to open a huge crystal palace. Asuna raised her eyebrows, and a meaningful smile appeared on her face. Then, when the time comes, please let me help you. Wu Yan shivered as he looked at Asuna's beautiful smile. His heart was beating like a drum. He didn't think that Asuna meant what she said. No. Anyway. Wu Yan smiled and said, we'll definitely have a wedding ceremony in the future. When the time comes, let's call all the guests who came to our wedding ceremony. Asuna's eyes widened when she heard this proposal. Are you serious? Don't forget, when we got married, there were countless people who came to our wedding ceremony. It doesn't matter, Cheyenne said she's going to help us fund it, we'll help her. Wow. How dare you bring this up? Even if Shireen agrees, back then, even Commander Heathcliff came to participate. Do you want him to be there as well? Don't make it sound so ominous. It's a wedding ceremony, not a summoning ceremony. Just like that, the two of them hugged each other and exchanged glances. As they talked, the two of them laughed together. They didn't say anything, there's no need for words. Wu Yan hugged Asuna tightly and felt her soft body. Asuna also snuggled into Wu Yan's body and closed her eyes. They both felt each other's presence, the other's presence. Chapter 783. Under the light, the two of them hugged each other in silence. Neither of them said a word. At this moment, they could feel each other's presence, and their hearts were at ease. Perhaps, Asuna subconsciously wanted to seek this feeling, that's why she came back with Wu Yan. Wu Yan could feel her soft and slender body all over his body. Smelling the fragrance on her hair, Wu Yan couldn't help but feel intoxicated. Asuna, Wu Yan called her name in a low voice. He buried his head in Asuna's silky hair that exuded a faint fragrance. His hands became stronger and stronger, as if he wanted to squeeze her into his body. This isn't the first time Wu Yan hugged this seductive body. He hugged her almost every day, they even slept together until dawn. He fully enjoyed her body, but that's only in SAO. At the end of the day, no matter how realistic that world is, it's still an imaginary world. Everything in the game world is programmed, even the players' bodies are virtual. That's why the feeling of hugging Asuna in the imaginary world is completely different from the feeling of hugging Asuna in the real world. Asuna in the imaginary world is also very seductive, but it doesn't feel real. Her skin isn't as hot as it is in the real world. Her scent isn't as intoxicating, even her breath isn't as hot. It doesn't have the fragrance of the real world. Back in the real world, Wu Yan hugged Asuna before. Usually, it's just a light hug or a snuggle. But now, he's hugging her so tightly that it feels like he's occupying her entire body. This is the first time, under this stimulation, Wu Yan naturally started to have a reaction. Asuna's arms were wrapped around Wu Yan's back, her body was tightly pressed against his, she didn't move an inch. Asuna has lived with Wu Yan in the game world for a year, she fully experienced his reaction. Therefore, when she felt the strange reaction from Wu Yan's body, her slender body trembled slightly and froze. Her beautiful face slowly turned red. She slowly opened her eyes and looked at Wu Yan shyly. Under Asuna's gaze, no matter how thick-skinned Wu Yan is, he couldn't help but evade her gaze. The atmosphere instantly became a little awkward. Asuna's cherry-red face was on his chest, she could clearly hear Wu Yan's strong and fast heartbeat. It's as if she could feel the evil fire in his heart, the heat was transmitted to Asuna's cheeks through his skin, causing her face to turn even redder. It's completely dark outside the window, the frosty moonlight shone in the living room. Since the two just came back, they didn't have time to turn on the lights. Now, as the two fell silent, the surrounding space began to fall into darkness, blurring their vision. However, Wu Yan and Asuna could feel each other's bodies. Their bodies are getting hotter and hotter. The atmosphere became even more awkward and ambiguous. Finally, Asuna couldn't hold it in anymore and she yelled out in a bashful tone. I'll go back first. Hearing Asuna's words, Wu Yan suddenly became anxious. Without any hesitation, he carried Asuna up, one of his hands went through her thighs, and he lifted her up. Asuna screamed and wrapped her arms around Wu Yan's neck. You put me down. Asuna seemed to know what was about to happen. Her face turned red, she couldn't help but close her eyes and kick her legs. Wu Yan finally realized what he was doing, but since it's already come to this point, he had no choice but to do it. He leaned his head towards Asuna's face and sealed her mouth with his, blocking her words. Asuna's eyes widened, before she could react, her teeth were invaded by a force, and her tongue was instantly captured. Wu Yan kissed Asuna's lips while moving from the living room to the living room. The light is getting dimmer and dimmer, the only source of light is the moonlight that shines through the window. Wu Yan's wine-red eyes shone brightly in the dim room, allowing him to clearly see Asuna's face. Asuna's body trembled as she felt Wu Yan's body getting hotter and hotter. No, however, Asuna's voice had exactly the opposite effect. Deep inside Wu Yan's body, the evil fire was getting stronger and stronger, and Wu Yan didn't want to suppress it at all. Wu Yan's breathing became shallow and heavy, and his heartbeat accelerated. In his vision, Only Asuna's chestnut-colored hair and bright red face became the color, and his mind gradually became blank. Asuna's clothes started fluttering in the air. Her clothes started disappearing at an even faster rate. In the end, Wu Yan could see her fair and soft body. Asuna accepted her fate and she closed her eyes. She followed Wu Yan's lead and laid down on the bed. The rather spacious, soft and bouncy bed had beautifully completed its task. Only the quilt was left wriggling on the bed. The sound of panting and moaning intertwined in the air, lingering for a long time without fading away. When the wind and rain stopped, Wu Yan leaned against the back of the bed and exhaled a long breath of hot air. He then looked down at Asuna in his arms. The girl has already lost all her strength because of her lover's constant pouncing. She couldn't bear the heavy burden and fell into a deep sleep. Her breathing was heavy and uneven. Her beautiful face is flushed red, and Wu Yan could see traces of pleasure and pain on her face. Her body was covered in sweat, and a burst of fragrance was emitted from her body. Wu Yan could smell it, and at the corner of her eye, a teardrop was hanging on her face, and it didn't fall for a long time. Wu Yan's hand gently slid down her soft back. He looked at Asuna's face, and he felt a strong sense of reluctance. If he could, he really didn't want to leave like this. He didn't want to be with Asuna forever. However, the strong longing for the other girls kept urging him to go back. After all, the girls left him in the Spalier world for more than 10 days. Wu Yan hasn't seen them for 3 whole years. He misses them very much. That's why he has to go back. Wu Yan bitterly smiled and shook his head. He gently broke free from Asuna's embrace, got off the bed, and put on his clothes. The best way to get the best of both worlds is to summon Asuna and Yui when he goes back. That way, they can still be together. It's just that Asuna has just been freed from Sao's death raid, and now, she's being summoned to another world that's filled with bloodshed. That's just too cruel. Once his life stabilizes, he will summon Asuna to his side. Fortunately, the next time they met, Asuna had only just opened her eyes. After putting on his clothes, Wu Yan reluctantly kissed Asuna's forehead. "Wait for me." Chapter 784. Spalier World Academy. Hinajaku, Kotori, and Kurumi sat on one side of the table. Ikaros, Astria, and Toka looked at them with a confused expression. Only Flandre-chan and Yoshino were having fun. They giggled from time to time. Hinajaku and the other 2 girls looked at each other before looking at the opposite side. Fei was holding the night elf in her hand with a serious expression. She had been staring at the 3 girls for quite some time without saying a word. The atmosphere in the air seemed to be a bit heavy. The girls didn't stay in their villas. Instead, they came to the headquarters of Deadly Forest led by Fei. They were called here by Fei. They seemed to be discussing something important. After a long while, Kotori raised her head and looked at Fei with her red eyes. Her brows furrowed as she asked in a serious tone, "Senpai, can you confirm the authenticity of this information?" "Yes." Only Kotori's voice could be heard in the large living room. The other girls didn't say anything because in the absence of Shokuhu Misaki, as the commander of Ratatosk, Kotori was definitely the best leader among the girls. "Yes." Fei nodded. She looked at the red tea on the table but she didn't want to drink it. Kotori and Chuju frowned when they saw Fei nodding. "Why?" It wasn't Kotori's voice. It was Kurumi. She had waist-length black hair, a pair of long bangs, and a pair of wine-red eyes. She had a casual expression on her face, and she looked like a high-class person. "As far as I know, be it in the past or present. No matter how outstanding our performance is, the council doesn't seem to have any intention of restricting us, right?" Kurumi glanced at Fei with her long and narrow wine-red pupils. She tilted her head and chuckled softly. Her eyes curved into crescent moons. She was so beautiful that it was suffocating. But Kurumi is behaving like this. However, Fei Fei held her breath in her heart. She knows how this girl, who appeared in the group out of nowhere, tormented a male student who flirted with her to the point where he couldn't even bear to look at her. She's a girl who looks even more beautiful than Shokuhu Misaki, the queen of the academy, a few days ago. She only showed a little bit of her true strength. Fei Fei had always thought that Kwang-san was a very dangerous person. Fei Fei took a deep breath. Her expression turned serious. In the past, the council's elders didn't know what to do with your group. Every elder has different opinions about you people of unknown origins, so it has been delayed like this for a long time. In addition, the old patriarch is on your side. So far, not many people have come looking for trouble with you. But it's different this time. Fei Fei's serious face showed a hint of helplessness. This time, it's not the entire council that's secretly plotting against you, it's the imperial family. The Ailu royal family. Fei Fei looked at the girls. The first place you appeared was within our Ailu Empire's borders. Because of that, outsiders have long treated you as citizens of Ailu Empire. Now, the royal family wants to contact you. That's a very good reason. Such an outstanding and powerful group has appeared among their own citizens. As a member of the Ailu Empire's royal family, it's perfectly justifiable for them to get in touch with these outstanding citizens. Ha! Kurumi narrowed her eyes at Fei Fei's words. Her slender right hand covered her slightly translucent pink lips as she chuckled. In other words, we have to accept their invitation? Chuju frowned again. She looked at Fei Fei with a troubled expression. Can't we reject them as usual? Fei Fei bitterly smiled. Of course you can reject them. You aren't part of the royal family and you have enough strength to warrant their attention. If you reject them, the royal family won't provoke you. But the problem is, it's not just you. Even the Baruba Empire, Fei Empire's royal family and the other 3 great houses have been invited. The 3 great empires and the 9 great houses are all here. Think about it, how will they view you? Kotori raised her head at Fei Fei's words. Her red eyes flashed with contemplation. She lazily leaned back in her chair and unwrapped a treasure. She put it in her mouth and replied. Indeed, it would be too arrogant of us to reject them, but... Chuju was a little worried. Why would the Ailu Empire's royal family invite us to a ball like that? We aren't nobles or heroes, we're just a bunch of students, right? That's what I don't understand. Fei Fei pulled himself together and looked at the girls. The old patriarch only asked me to tell you that the imperial family seems to have attached great importance to you all during this period of time. They have been reporting on your movements in the academy. However, because they cannot brazenly monitor you all, they should only be able to get a rough idea of your whereabouts. Oh? Kotori suddenly turned to Fei Fei. In other words, during this period of time, the news of my brother's absence was also known to them? When the word Oniai-chan came out of Kotori's mouth, all the girls went silent. They looked at each other and no one spoke. Even Flandre-chan and Yono who were playing nearby jumped up from the ground. Ikaro stared at the girls who were chatting with each other, her indigo pupils filled with longing and curiosity. Seeing this scene, Fei Fei couldn't help but sigh secretly. What kind of charm did Yen have to be able to make a group of girls who were impeccable in terms of appearance, strength, and character? Moreover, they were disdainful of men and turned a blind eye to him? Fei Fei calmed herself down and nodded. I'm afraid they do. I see. Kotori pondered for a moment before standing up. Fei Fei senpai, thank you for your reminder. We'll be careful. If there's nothing else, we'll be taking our leave. You're welcome. Fei Fei also stood up and smiled. No matter what, Yen, Chuju, and Mikoto are my good friends. I might not be able to get any useful information, but I can give you a heads up so you can be prepared. Also, the old patriarch told me to do this so you don't have to be so courteous. Thank you so much, Fei Fei. Chuju tugged at Fei Fei's hand. Fei Fei shook her hand. Kotori and Kurumi, who didn't know much about Fei Fei, lowered their guard. At the very least, they can confirm that this senpai named Feifei is trustworthy. After that, Chuju, Kotori, and Kurumi left with Ikaros, Astria, Toka, Flandre-chan, and Yoshino. They said goodbye to Feifei and left the room. Looking at Hinajuku and the rest walking away, Feifei stood there silently until all the girls disappeared from her sight. Only then did she slowly sit back down. On the table, there were a few cups filled with red tea. The red color of the tea didn't decrease at all. The red color was still swirling in the cups. Feifei stared straight at the red tea in the cups. She shook her head helplessly and laughed. At the mention of Wu Yan's name, the girls who usually don't care about anything lost their composure. Forget about the tea, they didn't even dare to probe further into the topic. Chapter 785. After bidding farewell to Feifei, the group of girls walked out of the door under the admiring gazes of the surrounding deadly forest members. They walked towards the direction of the villa area. Along the way, the girls didn't say a word. Even Flandre-chan, who loves to play, was obediently holding Astria's hand. She seemed to know that her sisters were thinking about something. However, after entering the villa, Hinajuku broke the silence and looked at Kotori. "Hey, Kotori, do you think we should go or not?" The young ladies shifted their attention to Kotori. It was apparent that they had decided to let Kotori, who was a leader, make the decision. Kotori didn't hesitate. She lowered her gaze and grabbed the pearl in her mouth. "Of course we have to go. Otherwise, we might get into trouble. The problem is..." Kotori looked around at the girls. "If we are going, it would be best if we can verify Feifei Senpai's information. We need to know why the Ailu imperial family suddenly paid attention to us and why they invited us to the ball." Hinajuku and Kurumi both narrowed their eyes and nodded seriously. Hinajuku added, "I have a feeling this ball won't be as simple as it seems." Kotori fell into silence. Along with her silence, the atmosphere between the young ladies fell into silence. Kotori pulled herself together and waved her hand when the entrance of her mansion appeared before her. "Regardless, let's think of a way to gather information. After all, we know too little now." "Yeah. This time." All the girls nodded. After making a preliminary decision, the expressions on their faces began to relax. Seeing this, Astria, Toka, Flandre-chan, and Yoshino, who tried their best to hold back, sighed in relief. They didn't understand the importance of this ball. They just didn't like the heavy atmosphere. With their brains, they naturally felt that as long as they were happy, everything would be fine. And so, after regaining their spirits, the girls came to the entrance of their villa and pushed the door open as if nothing had happened. However, the moment the door was pushed open, Ikaros, who was silent with her head lowered, abruptly raised her head. Her indigo pupils flashed with a ripple that was different from the calm before. Then, under the astonished gazes of the girls, Ikaros actually spread her wings and rushed into the villa's hall. "Ikaros!" the group of girls exclaimed, but before they could react, Ikaros had already rushed into the villa's living room. The girls looked at each other and quickly followed. But not long after, when everyone arrived at the living room, their footsteps came to a halt. They couldn't move an inch, they were all frozen in place, the expression on their faces also froze. In front of everyone's eyes, the entire hall was filled with Ikaros's feathers. They floated down like a feather, covering the entire hall. At the table in front of them, a figure was lying on his stomach, snoring loudly. Beside him, Ikaros's two small hands were resting on his body. Although her expression was as calm as an ancient well, her eyes were filled with joy. Flandre-chan, Astria, and Toka cheered loudly and jumped towards the figure. They didn't recover from their shock until Flandre-chan, Astria, and Toka screamed and jumped towards the figure. "Onii-chan! Shido! Master!" In his dream, Wu Yan faintly heard three sweet voices. Then, his body was suddenly weighed down by three different sizes. Unable to bear the burden, he flipped over. A feeling of the sky and earth spinning entered his mind. Then, a sharp pain came from his head. Bang! Yua! The pain at the back of his head made him groan in pain without hesitation. His drowsiness disappeared without a trace. When he opened his eyes, he wasn't lying on the table anymore. He was lying on the floor with 3 beautiful girls of different sizes on top of him. They were looking at him with a face full of surprise. Ouch! Wu Yan hugged Flanderchan, Astria, and Toka. He rubbed his head and sat up. The other girls also came back to their senses. Their eyes were filled with surprise, but it quickly disappeared. You brat, you finally know to come back? Kotori frowned and placed her hands on her hips. Her tone was filled with dissatisfaction. Kin Kotori. Wu Yan rubbed his head and he blinked his eyes. He looked at the girls and he waved his hand in confusion. Yo, long time no see my ass. Hinajuku stepped forward and punched him in the head, waking him up from his dazed state. Only now did he realize the situation he's in. He didn't know what to say, so he just smiled sheepishly, making the other girls annoyed at him. Shido. Toka rubbed her head against Wu Yan's chest. She closed her eyes and enjoyed the feeling. When did you come back? It's been a while. I didn't see you girls when I came back, so I took a nap on the table. Wu Yan patted Toka's head and he pulled the 3 girls up from the ground. By the way, don't call me Shido. Just call me Wu Yan. Toka tilted her head and said reluctantly. Yes, Shido. Got it, Shido. Huh. Wu Yan laughed dryly. Forget it, do whatever you want, Oniai-chan. Flanderchan clung onto Wu Yan like a koala bear. She said pitifully. You've been gone for so long, Flanderchan missed you so much. It's been 10 days, right? Chuju stared at Wu Yan. Why were you gone for so long? Wu Yan shook his head with a wry smile. Yeah, it's been a bit long. It's only been 10 days, but I've been there for 3 whole years. Allah. Kurama placed her finger on her lips and smiled until her eyes were squinted. How Sama doesn't seem to have changed much. Kotori sucked on the pearl in her mouth and glanced at Wu Yan. This guy is the ancestor of vampires. His lifespan is endless. 3 years is nothing. But I'm not even 30 years old yet. Wu Yan retorted. 3 years is a long time for me, okay? Era, you're so pitiful. Kurumi walked up to Wu Yan and whispered seductively into Wu Yan's ear. How Sama, did you miss us? Or, did you miss us? Kurumi put her hand on Wu Yan's chest and slowly moved. She snuggled into Wu Yan's arms and wriggled her body. Wu Yan's face turned red and he swallowed. Seeing Kurumi seducing Wu Yan in front of everyone, the girls raised their eyebrows and their eyes burned. Toka jumped out and yelled, Don't get so close. Era, what a shame. Kurumi giggled. She whispered into Wu Yan's ear. Let's wait until nightfall and have a good chat. Kurumi laughed as she left Wu Yan's embrace. Wu Yan bitterly smiled as he felt a nefarious fire burning within him. She must be taking revenge on me for being away for so long. Are you reluctant to leave? While he was bitterly laughing, a cold voice came from behind him, making him shudder. He turned around and saw Hinajuku crossing her arms in front of her chest with an expressionless face. She continued expressionlessly. If you don't want to leave, then chase after them. Wu Yan's lips twitched. He glanced at Hinajuku and then at the other girls. His bitter smile turned into a bitter one. He thought they were getting along well. He didn't expect them to be jealous. Chapter 786. Recovering from the joy of the reunion, Wu Yan led the girls to their seats. Ikaros brought out a tea set and poured a cup of black tea for everyone. She also placed a small dessert in front of Flanderchan and Yono. The 2 girls were very happy to be treated to such a treat. Looking at this scene, Wu Yan was a bit surprised. Ikaros didn't receive any orders from anyone and she acted on her own, by adding desserts for the two girls. Her actions are obviously more thoughtful than before. She's no longer the same as before where she would just follow orders from someone else. Chuju seemed to have read Wu Yan's mind and smiled at him. Ikaros, you've changed a lot. Wu Yan nodded and reached out to rub Ikaros' head. You've changed a lot, you're even cuter now. Ikaros blushed for the first time and started to squirm. Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh out loud. He grabbed her pair of ear-like wings and played with them, causing her to blush even more. Wu Yan's interest was piqued. Just as he was about to tease Ikaros, a piercing gaze landed on him, causing his smile to stiffen. Ahem. Wu Yan coughed in a serious manner before letting go of Ikaros' ears. He picked up a cup of black tea and pretended to drink it. Oh right. Wu Yan paused. Nothing should have happened during this period of time, right? Originally. The reason he asked was because the last time he came back, he encountered something strange in the behemoth forest. That's why he suddenly asked about the birth of the Beast King. After all, he was gone for less than a day, Spalier world time, and this time he was gone for 10 days. It's not strange for him to ask such a question. However, when Wu Yan finished speaking, the girls who were trying to impregnate Wu Yan with a single stare suddenly quieted down. They looked at each other and lowered their heads. Wu Yan furrowed his brows and placed his cup back on the table. What's wrong? Did something really happen? The girls looked at each other again before focusing their attention on Kotori. It was obvious that they wanted her to come out and explain the situation. Kotori stopped licking the pearl for a moment and glanced at the girls in annoyance. She looked at Wu Yan. Actually, it's not really. Kotori pondered for a moment. She seemed to be choosing her words carefully. Recently, the Ailu imperial family seems to have some ideas about us, Wu Yan flinched. Ailu Empire's royal family? Did some idiot take a fancy to you and want to take you as his mistress? The serious expressions on the girls' faces all crumbled in an instant. Kotori even bared her little canine teeth, grinding them fiercely as if she wanted to bite through something. His eyes filled with resentment kept glancing at Wu Yan's body. Wu Yan laughed dryly. He quickly straightened his face. What's going on? Humph. Kotori pouted. If we know what's going on, we won't be so frustrated. We heard about it from Feifei. Chuju said. Feifei called us over and told us that the Ailu imperial family seems to be plotting something. She got the news from Lei Wang. Oh. Wu Yan lowered his head and rubbed his chin. You're saying that the imperial family's plotting has something to do with us? That's what Feifei said. Chuju shook her head. She said that the imperial family has been keeping an eye on us. Even though they didn't do it openly, Lei Wang thinks that the imperial family is plotting something against us. I see. Wu Yan took a deep breath, his expression tensed up. Our relationship with the imperial family isn't that bad, right? Yes, to be precise, she's not bad at all. Kotori waved the lollipop in her hand and said, Princess Sylph has been feeling grateful towards all of you ever since the incident with the Beast King. She thinks you guys have taken care of her, so she treats us very well in the academy. Hinajuku thought for a moment and nodded. Indeed, Princess Sylph has been taking care of us in some ways. She's only slightly below Starlight Queen and Deadly Forest. That's even less of a reason. Wu Yan raised his head and looked at the girls. Have you all done anything out of line or encountered anything strange in the academy? Chuju and Kotori frowned. They started rummaging through their memories for the past 10 days. Astria suddenly asked in a weak voice. I once stole something to eat. Does that count? Wu Yan's lips twitched when he heard that. As long as you didn't eat a legendary armament, it shouldn't count. Toka also hesitated. I've been there too, Wu Yan laughed awkwardly. Can the two of you eat a legendary armament? Flanderchan blinked her eyes in realization. Is it because Flan drew a turtle on top of the tower? That very, very tall tower. Wu Yan's heart throbbed like crazy, he almost stopped breathing. Don't tell me it's the arena tower? Flan doesn't know. Flan only knows that there are a lot of people fighting in there. That's it. Wu Yan seemed to have lost all his strength as he slumped down on the table and raised his hand. Think about it carefully. Is there anything that is very strange, or very excessive? What a strange thing. Hinajuku tapped her chin with her finger. If there's anything strange, it's when Yukari left. Bing Ling, Bishi, and the others came to ask about her whereabouts. Ka and Jaffer also came to ask about her, something out of line. Kotori glanced at Kurumi, who was sitting elegantly. A male student tried to flirt with her, but she broke his arms and legs. Ah. Kurumi tilted her head and smiled. She licked her lips. That person, the smell is terrible, very terrible, all right. Wu Yan held his head and knocked on the table. It's not strange that someone came to ask about Yukari. She's a demigod after all. There are only 5 demigods in the world. It would be strange if no one paid attention to the 6th one. The fact that the council didn't come to ask about her is already very patient. As for the one who tried to molest her, Wu Yan looked at Chuju seriously. Where is his address? What? Hinajuku didn't answer but instead asked, do you think the problem lies with him? But he's just an ordinary student, and he's a new student who just entered the school. He's not well informed, and that's why this incident happened. Do you want to investigate him? If it's necessary, we can't miss out on any information. Wu Yan said. The other girls nodded in agreement. However, the words that came out of his mouth made the girls fall to the ground. I'll break his 3rd leg after I find out he's not involved. You. Chuju, Kotori, and the others were speechless. Ah la la. Kurome-san's eyes turned into crescents as she smiled. How Sama, are you jealous? I'm so happy. Hey hey. Wu Yan straightened his back and he put on a righteous face. Am I that petty? The girls looked at each other and they nodded at the same time. Wu Yan shrunk his head a little. All right, you're a little, haha. The girls couldn't help but laugh. Kotori then said, that's right. I don't know what the royal family is planning, but they've invited us to a ball tomorrow. How about it? Shall we go? Chapter 787. The next day, inside the main hall, all the girls woke up. They sat in the corner of the hall and enjoyed a rare breakfast. It's not that they don't eat breakfast, it's just that their minds aren't focused on the food. Even Astria and Toka looked a little distracted, they're not as lively as they usually are. This is due to the absence of a certain someone. Today, although there was nothing different than usual, and the one they cared about was still sleeping in his room, the moment they thought that he was right beside them and would appear in front of them soon, the air seemed to be more lively. As a result, they felt spirited as they chatted and laughed while eating breakfast. Of course, not all the girls are present. A certain arrogant girl with 2 ponytails came to Wu Yan's room while everyone was enjoying their breakfast. Kotori barged into Wu Yan's room without any hesitation. She pushed open the door and saw Wu Yan sleeping like a dead pig on the bed. Her red eyes were filled with resentment. Seriously, no matter which world we are in, when will you change your habit of sleeping in? Kotori sighed, the black ribbons on her head fluttered with her movements. She walked over to Wu Yan's bedside and she pulled the edge of the blanket with all her might. Get up. Get up. Oni-chan. Normally, Kotori would only call Wu Yan by his name when she's in commander mode. She would only call him Oni-chan at certain times. This is her arrogant side. However, after coming to this world, Kotori wasn't used to the name Wu Yan. Perhaps she used to call Wu Yan by his name because she named it herself. That's why Oni-chan became Kotori's nickname for Wu Yan. Even though she seems a little reluctant, it's a good thing for Wu Yan. However, Wu Yan didn't enjoy being called Oni-chan anymore. The only thing he felt was pain. Wasn't it painful to have someone tug at his blanket while he was sleeping, and there was a buzzing sound beside his ear? Wu Yan didn't know about the others, but he himself was in all sorts of pain. His body that was wrapped under the blanket pulled tightly, unwilling to get up, groaning and groaning could be heard from inside. Don't let me sleep for a while more." Kotori clenched her teeth and yelled, "Get up now. Everyone's up, you're the only one left. It's not like you're going to die without me." Wu Yan muttered. "It's not like you're going to die without me. What are you throwing a tantrum for?" Seeing how Wu Yan refused to get up like a corpse, Kotori clenched her teeth and she crawled onto Wu Yan's bed. She pulled up the blanket again. "Get up." Kotori didn't notice it at all. In the past, she would only do something like this when she's in her younger sister mode. Her usual method is to kick the other party and end it once and for all. Wu Yan, who is still praying for more sleep, didn't notice the change in Kotori. Otherwise, he would be overjoyed. All he wants to do right now is to stay in his bed. He wouldn't even open his eyes if he had to. Sleep for a while more, just a while more. After saying that, Wu Yan went silent again. Other than the sound of his breathing, there was no other sound in the bed. Kotori raised her hand in anger. "Burn the camel." Wu Yan shuddered. His heart skipped a beat. Is this Kotori really going to use an angel to wake me up? With that in mind, Wu Yan peeked outside the blanket. He saw a red light flashing from Kotori's body. He was scared out of his wits. F***ck. Wu Yan jumped out of the blanket. "You really want to use an angel to wake me up?" Kotori snorted. She lowered her hand and the red light around her disappeared. She did this to scare Wu Yan, but she didn't say anything. "So what? It's not like you're going to die anyway." "But it's gonna hurt." Wu Yan grumbled. "Who would use a cannon to wake someone up?" "I am." Kotori glared at Wu Yan. "What are you waiting for? Get changed." Wu Yan pursed his lips. "My little sister Kotori is cuter. Her voice is so sweet when she wakes me up. Plus." Just as he finished speaking, an ice-cold gaze swept over his body, as if wanting to slice off a piece of flesh from his body. "What did you say?" "Nothing." "What?" Wu Yan yelled like a child throwing a tantrum. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Kotori. Then, he said something else. "Don't piss me off. If you piss me off, even I'm afraid of the consequences." "For example, punishment?" Kotori paused for a moment. Then she recalled what the so-called punishment was. She wanted Wu Yan to break into Toka's bathroom. Kotori set him up, but he saw through it. Of course, that was when she was in her little sister mode. If she was in her commander mode, there's no way Wu Yan would see through it. Wu Yan also gave Kotori a punishment. He forced a kiss on her. Kotori blushed. She looked at the smug Wu Yan and raised her hand again. "Scorch the devil, camel." Wu Yan knew Kotori would do that. He jumped up and flew to her side. He grabbed her hand and clasped it behind her back. She cried out in pain. Wu Yan guffawed in delight. "Little sister, you're too outdated. Don't you know the same trick is useless against a Saint Seiya, no, a vampire?" Kotori glared at Wu Yan and struggled. "Let go of me." Wu Yan raised an eyebrow. He didn't let go of Kotori. Instead, he leaned his head on her shoulder and blew into her ear. Kotori's struggling body stiffened up. Wu Yan inhaled deeply and he said in an intoxicated manner. "Kotori's scent, it's been 3 years since I last smelled it." Kotori felt her blood rushing from her chest to her neck and up to her cheeks. It only stopped when it reached the top of her head. Her entire face was dyed red by the blood. Let go." Kotori's body trembled. Her voice weakened. Wu Yan's breath made her ears redder than any other part of her body. Her cheeks were red and her legs were weak. Wu Yan acted like he didn't hear anything. He rubbed himself against Kotori like a pig. Ah, it's good to have a little sister. You bastard, what do you think your little sister is? Kotori shouted angrily, but Wu Yan ignored her again. He smiled. My cute little sister, guess what's going to happen next? Huh? Wu. Kotori let out a strange cry, her voice trembling. Is it another punishment? Of course not. Wu Yan chuckled. Before Kotori could heave a sigh of relief, Wu Yan continued. It's cruel to punish a cute little sister. Since Kotori woke me up, give me a good morning kiss. Isn't it the same? Kotori's mind went blank. Wu Yan used this opportunity to pull Kotori into his embrace. He circled his arms around her waist. Kotori's hands were locked behind her back. He reached out and caressed her cheek. Let's begin. Wait. Kotori cried. Big brother, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Wu Yan flashed a radiant smile before sinking into the abyss. How can there be such a good thing in this world? No. Her cry was replaced by a whimper. The last thing Kotori saw was a face that gradually grew bigger. Chapter 788. This is the Ailu Empire's King City. As the location of the palace, this city is far more developed than any other city in terms of land area. The resources are only found in the supply town next to the behemoth forest. You can say that just walking through the streets here is a feast for the eyes. There are all sorts of shops from the city gate to the royal palace. Every shop is luxurious, it's like a Western-style ancient museum. The pricey goods are displayed in the most eye-catching places. It's a testament to the wealth of these shops and the power behind them. Money wasn't the only way to open a business in Ailu's capital. Many nobles and even the king's relatives were active in the city. They could be seen entering and exiting the city on a daily basis. How could a business without a proper business cater to their needs? That's why almost every shop in the king's city has someone behind them. Some are even opened by the royal family. For example, the only auction house in the king's city is opened by the Ailu Empire's emperor himself. It wasn't that one couldn't cause trouble here, but one had to weigh one's own capabilities. If one didn't have enough background or strength to deter the royal family, one would be courting death by causing trouble here. The knights passing by on the road were usually very bored. If someone could bring them some entertainment, they definitely wouldn't mind playing a trick or two and let them have a taste of the most basic order power of the monarch city. Today, the trading companies in King's City were even more prosperous than usual. Some of the precious goods that were hidden in the past were all displayed in their shops, raising the quality of the entire trading company to another level. The prices were also slightly raised when the shops opened today, and almost every trading company was like this. The scale of the knights that came and went was much larger than usual. The strength of the members had also increased by a lot. Every one of them was at least level 6, and the leader was at least level 7. Such a huge change was not only to show the strength of King's City to the outside world, but also to restrain the guests who came here today. Some time ago, the Ailu Empire's royal family sent out invitations to the other 2 empires and 9 great houses. They invited the 12 strongest factions in the Spalier world to a ball in the King's City. This ball is a gathering of the 12 strongest factions in the continent. In the past, let alone the current era, even if you include the history of the continent, it's still rare. Usually, it's not something that can affect the power structure of the continent. For example, a new house replacing one of the 3 great houses in the empire, or the succession of the emperor's throne. Only such a big event would invite all the strongest factions to a ball. In other words, everyone who was invited or heard about this ball knew that in today's ball, there would be an extremely important matter that was comparable to the replacement of the 3 great clans, and the inheritance of the emperor's throne. Fortunately, this ball is not a meeting. Usually, this kind of ball is only used to announce happy events. At least for the royal family, it's a happy event. Otherwise, This kind of ball would be the Spalier world's most feared hangmen banquet. In the floating square of Royal City, groups of guards escorted the members of the major forces who had come to attend the ball down from their personal airships. Then, they walked toward the palace under the guidance of the royal guides who had been arranged here. They were the pillars of the 3 empires and the 9 great clans. The clan heads of the 9 great clans were all present. Although the emperors of the other 2 empires weren't present, the outstanding leaders of the next generation were all present. There were also some important figures in their respective forces who were all present. One could imagine how high the level of this ball was. Only the people in these factions know that today's ball isn't just for the 12 strongest factions, there's also a small group. In terms of power, they can't even compare to the smallest family. In terms of strength, they're a small group that they can't help but be wary of. Another airship flew in from afar and slowly landed on the floating plaza. On the deck of this airship, a group led by 4 people came out one after another, waiting for the airship to stop. Among the 4 people leading this group, one has long silver hair and holds a black agile long sword. She's beautiful enough to cause the downfall of a city. The other has long hair, but it's black. She's wearing a long robe that looks like a dress. Although her face is a little young, the degree of attractiveness isn't inferior to the former's. These 2 are Feifei and Lulu. Standing behind Feifei and Lulu is Hughes, who hasn't been seen in a long time. He's become the 3rd leader of this group. As for the last leader, it's a middle-aged man, standing at the front of everyone. The middle-aged man's face is extremely calm and astute. His hands are behind his back like a statue. Even though the wind constantly hit him, it only caused his clothes to flutter. It can't do anything to the tall and straight figure that's like a pillar. His dark eyes are like an ancient well, but there's a flash of light in them from time to time. With one look, it's clear that he's a person who's been in a high position for many years. This person is the current head of the Lori family, the son of the Thunder Emperor, Lulu's father, and Feifei and Hugh's direct mentor, Lar Lar. Lar Lar. As the airship gradually floated down, Lar's figure changed. Lori also began to change her body, which seemed to have been frozen for a long time. She turned her body and looked in the direction of the imperial palace. A powerful voice rang out from her body. "We're here." Lar lightly nodded. He looked at Feifei, Lulu, and Hughes behind him. He said calmly, "Everyone here today is not below me in status. Remember, you can cause as much trouble as you want, but today, you must control yourself. Don't let others see you as a joke." On the surface, Lar's words seemed to be directed at the 3 of them, but if one looked closely, they would notice that Lar's gaze was actually on Lulu when he said those words. Feifei and Hughes respectfully responded. Lulu saw her father's expression clearly. She pouted her pink lips and said angrily, "Do I look like I'm a troublemaker?" Lar pursed his lips and didn't say anything. But the meaning in his eyes was clear. The answer was obvious. Feifei and Hughes secretly laughed. Lulu was even angrier. She turned around and glared. "Don't laugh." Hughes immediately shut his mouth and tried not to laugh. Feifei's shoulders trembled. Obviously, she didn't listen to Lulu. Lulu pulled Feifei's hand and shook it with all her might. "Feifei, okay. Feifei quickly surrendered. "I won't laugh either, you." Lar didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You act spoiled whenever others lecture you. When will you grow up? Don't think I'm small." Lulu stuck out her magnificent chest. "I'll be an adult in a year." "You know you'll be an adult in a year." Lar smiled. "Before you become an adult, you're small. After you become an adult, you'll still be small." "I'm not small." Lulu angrily swung her feet. "Who says an adult is small?" "Lulu, no matter how old you are, you'll always be a child in my eyes." Feifei smiled helplessly. "Unless you can change your personality." "Why do I have to change my personality when I grow up?" "I'm not going to change." Lulu put her hands on her hips and proudly said something that made people stumble. "When I become an adult, I'll find someone to marry. Let's see if you still think I'm small. Chapter 789. Even with Lars' temperament, after hearing Lulu's astonishing speech, he couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't react for a long time, let alone Feifei. She had already covered her face, unable to bear to see Lulu's smug expression. No matter what, she is still Lulu's guardian. Only Hughes's eyes lit up when he heard Lulu's words. He took a step forward, straightened his back, and angrily made his presence known. The only thing he didn't do was point his finger at his own nose and say something like, "Consider me." It's a pity that Lulu didn't even look at him at all, ha 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 ha. Looking at the proud Lulu, Lar finally couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. His hearty laughter caused the guards on the airship to look at each other and shake their heads in unison. They knew that only in front of their favorite daughter would the shrewd and capable patriarch of the Lorry family show such a neat side of himself. Patting Lulu's little head, Lars smiled and said, "Good, good, good. When the time comes, I'll help you check him out. I'll see what kind of person he is." "Don't laugh." Lulu bared her teeth and glared at Lar. "I'm being very serious." "All right, let's be serious, let's be serious." Although Lar said so, there was an unconcealable smile on his face. "From what you're saying, it sounds like you have someone in your heart, right? Tell me, which family's lucky kid is it?" That's not it." The anger on Lulu's face disappeared in an instant and was replaced by a little blush of shyness. Her eyes began to drift. Anyone with a bit of eyesight would be able to see that this girl did not mean what she said. Lars' smile deepened when he saw Lulu's reaction. However, he knew that with his daughter's temperament, she wouldn't tell him the truth. He turned to Feifei. "Feifei, who do you think this girl has a crush on?" As Lulu's guardian and his favorite disciple, Lar had absolute trust in Feifei. Also, if Lulu really had a crush on someone, Feifei would definitely know. "Sister Feifei." Hearing her father's words, Lulu seemed to feel that she couldn't hide her thoughts from Feifei. She grabbed Feifei's hand anxiously. Her eyes were full of threats and pleading, but more than that, she was shy. This girl is really in love. Lars shook his head and laughed. He continued to look at Feifei. Feifei glanced at Lulu's expression and smirked, ignoring Lulu's pleading eyes. She said to Lar, "Teacher, you know that person. The old family head has high hopes for him." "Oh." Lar paused for a moment before lowering his head and muttering to himself. His eyes flashed with a hint of contemplation. "You're someone that father thinks highly of, and you're from your generation, could it be?" Lars suddenly raised his head. An indescribable smile appeared on his face. "Is it that guy called Wu Yan?" Of course not. As soon as Lars finished speaking, Lulu immediately jumped up in anger. She shouted with all her might, as if she was desperately trying to refute him. Unfortunately, Lulu, the thoroughly red expression on her face and her flustered and exasperated tone made her seem like a child whose heart had been pierced, instantly allowing others to see the truth of the matter. "Haha." Lar laughed again and rubbed his chin. "Father does have high hopes for that guy. To be able to gain father's favor, he should have something special about him, right? Looks like I need to meet him." Lin Fan sighed. Hearing Lar's words, which sounded like a mother-in-law meeting her son-in-law, Lulu opened her mouth as if she wanted to refute something. However, in the end, she didn't say anything. With a red face, she stomped her feet and turned away. "Ah. I'm ignoring you guys." It was rare to see Lulu's tsundere look. Lar and Feifei both let out good-natured laughter, but they didn't see that Hughes's face had long since turned green. "Teacher." Hughes couldn't hold back the jealousy in his heart and stood up. "I think it's better to think about it. After all, that person's background is a little unclear." Hughes' words made the atmosphere a little heavy. Lar frowned and seemed to think that it made sense. He began to ponder. Feifei's eyes were filled with dissatisfaction. As for Lulu, she had already opened her mouth. What right do you have to say that about him? Like an angry kitten, Lulu pointed her finger at Hugh's nose without hesitation. So what if his background is unclear? He's better than you by a few hundred times, no, a few thousand times. Hearing this, Hugh's face darkened even more. The jealousy in his heart began to blind his rationality, causing him to laugh coldly. Is that so? Don't forget, he has many women by his side. One look and you can tell that he's a guy who doesn't care about his private life. A guy like that, any random person would be better than him. What he meant was that any random person was better than Wu Yan. If he was pulled out, who knows how much better he would be. In response, Lulu was sarcastic. Is that so? Then why don't you go and compete with him? Why don't you go? What she meant was, you're that random person, and you're someone who doesn't even have the guts to compete with. Hughes's lips twitched and his expression changed. He wanted to say, fine, I'll go, but he knows that he's not even a special student. He's just a tier 5 and he's not even a special student. He's just saying he's stronger than the strongest student in Silveria World Institute. Wu Yan already defeated Astria. He's not even a special student, he's just a tier 5 guy. Lars spoke up when Hughes was caught between a rock and a hard place. Alright, you guys don't have to argue. Hughes isn't wrong, that kid's background is unclear. But since father values him, he should be trustworthy. Let's observe him for now, father. Lulu gnashed her teeth. Her face was filled with reluctance a moment ago, but now she wants to help Wu Yan. She knows her father well. Once he has made up his mind, other than her grandfather, no one can change his mind. She can only glare at Hughes with anger. She hates him to the core. Hughes lost more than he gained this time. The airship landed on the floating plaza. Lar, Feifei, Lulu, and Hughes led a group of guards down the airship. At the same time, a group of royal family members walked up to Lar's group as if they recognized something. Lord Lar, welcome. No need to be so formal. Lar said calmly. Lead the way, yes. Just as these people were about to bring Lars and the rest of the Lori family members to the palace, a loud whistling sound came from afar. Along with it, a gust of wind swept across the floating plaza. In a moment, everyone on the floating plaza was swept away by the wind. On the floating square, many people were blown off balance by the strong wind. Some of the women's skirts were even blown up by the wind, causing the crowd to cry out in surprise. Lar frowned. He, Feifei, Lulu, and Hughes all looked up at the sky. Everyone's expression changed. It's a ship. A giant airship. Everyone's eyes gradually widened as the airship that looked like a fortress slowly appeared from the void. It floated in the sky and was exposed to everyone's eyes. It was bigger than any airship and more majestic than any fortress. Its huge size made its metallic body, which was flickering with flowing light, look somewhat sinister. In an instant, it captured the hearts of many people, so much so that many people on the floating plaza lost their minds. The airship that appeared out of thin air was like a helicopter landing. It brought a gust of wind with it as it slowly descended. It's obvious that the owner of the airship is here. Fraxinus. It's an airship stronghold that's been transformed into a noble relic. Finally, after the giant beast's forest, the giant beast's forest appeared again. Chapter 790. Lar and Feifei's eyes twinkled as they watched the airship slowly descend. Lar's eyes were filled with suspicion while Feifei's eyes were filled with joy. They both recognized the airship's owner. It's Yan's airship. Feifei raised a hand to cover her forehead so that she wouldn't be unable to open her eyes due to the strong wind. Lar looked at Fraxinus from afar. He was also shocked. Is that the special airship? Fraxinus only appeared once outside the behemoth forest. Even though it only appeared once, its existence was already known by many factions. It's a war machine capable of killing tens of thousands of demonic beasts in an instant. Not just regular demonic beasts, but rank 5 demonic beasts. Such a terrifying existence, even if it was seen by an ordinary person, news of it would spread like wildfire across the Spalier world. As the number 1 family in the Ailu Empire, the Lori family has information on Fraxinus. That's why many people recognized it the moment it appeared. At the same time, he also knew who the person who drove such a huge monster here was. Is that Yan's airship? Lulu's eyes were filled with stars. It's so cool. Lars stared at Fraxinus for a while before smiling. Interesting. Under everyone's gaze, Fraxinus descended about 10 meters above the airship. It stopped descending and the howling winds disappeared. Fraxinus stopped in midair like a car with its engine turned off. It didn't move at all. Suddenly, an illusory beam of light shot down from the bottom of Fraxinus. It stood on the ground. At the same time, silhouettes emerged from the inside. After the light beam dimmed, the airship that had attracted countless people's attention also quieted down completely. The full appearance of the few silhouettes was also exposed in front of everyone's eyes. They are none other than Wu Yan and Ko, who are here for the ball. Yen. Fei Fei and Lulu called out with smiles on their faces. Lulu ignored the gazes around her. She jumped towards Wu Yan's group. Wu Yan turned around, and when he saw the scene in front of him, he smiled and waved at Lulu. Yo, long time no see. Lulu. Yes, yes, yes. Lulu, who is already in front of Wu Yan, impatiently nodded. She grabbed his arm and pointed at Fraxinus in the sky. She stuttered. Yen 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 yen. That. Don't get too worked up. Wu Yan bitterly laughed when he saw how out of breath Lulu is. Lulu seemed to have caught her breath. She asked eagerly. That's yours, right? Yes. Wu Yan nodded casually. Lulu's eyes flashed with hope. Yen. I want to sit on that. Let me sit on that. Lulu. Chuju shook her head. She grabbed Lulu's hand helplessly. That's not a toy. What are you going to do? Of course. Isn't that obvious? Lulu replied without hesitation, of course, it's to fly around. Hearing Lulu's matter-of-fact words, everyone felt powerless. Where do you want to fly to? Wu Yan said awkwardly. Our destination is here, second sound. Lulu let out a dissatisfied cry. But I really want to sit and watch. As soon as Lulu finished speaking, her little head was knocked by someone. Don't make such a request. Fei Fei scolded. She looked at Wu Yan and smiled. Yen, Chuju, you're here, Fei Fei. Long time no see. Wu Yan greeted Fei Fei with a smile. We're not late, right? We're not late. Fei Fei glared at Wu Yan. But Yan, you've been very suspicious lately. I couldn't find you anywhere. Wu Yan smiled awkwardly. He shrugged helplessly. Can't help it. I've been busy, don't listen to his nonsense. Chuju glanced at Wu Yan with disdain. He's just causing trouble everywhere. Wu Yan pursed his lips. He didn't know if he should refute or not. He pretended he didn't hear or see anything. He waved his hand and a red ripple as large as Fraxinus appeared. It floated in front of the airship. Fraxinus slowly flew into the ripple and disappeared with it. Wu Yan's nonchalant actions, under the contrast of the two anomalies, caused the eyes of the surrounding girls to sparkle wildly. Their impression of him deepened by quite a bit. It won't be long before what happened here will spread within their exclusive circle of friends. Lulu looked at the disappearing Fraxinus. She lowered her head in regret. It's gone, I just took it back. It's not like it's gone. Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If you really want to sit on it, you can sit on it when we get back. Oh, right, Lulu's eyes lit up again, the regret on her face turned into joy. She looked at Wu Yan and shouted. It's decided, you can't go back on your word. Yes, 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 milady. Wu Yan rolled his eyes and the girls around him couldn't help but giggle. While the girls were giggling, Wu Yan felt an oppressive gaze sweeping over him. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the source of the gaze. He saw a middle-aged man with a pair of sharp eyes. Looking at him, Wu Yan subconsciously activated the system perception that he hasn't used for a long time. Lori, level 79. Wu Yan was stunned by the information he got from the system. His scrutinizing expression turned into one of surprise. Of course, he wasn't surprised by the fact that Lar is only one step away from Tier 9, he was surprised by the fact that Lar is a mere Tier 9. He was surprised by the name Lar. The girls noticed the confrontation between Wu Yan and Lar. Fei quickly stepped forward. Yan, he's the current head of the Lori family, head Lar. He's also my teacher, Lulu's father. Wu Yan blinked. He looked at Lar again. This time, he wasn't scrutinizing him. He was sizing him up. So he's Lulu's father, Fei's teacher, and the son of Grandpa Lei Wang? Musing for a bit, Wu Yan walked up to Lar. The other girls followed him and they arrived in front of Lar. Daddy. Daddy. Lulu pushed Wu Yan's shoulder and introduced Lar excitedly. He's Yan, Wu Yan, Lars, and the others couldn't help but feel speechless. Only Lulu would be able to use such a method of introduction in this kind of situation. Greetings, head Lar. Wu Yan's expression turned serious. Lulu was rude. He couldn't be rude to someone he met for the first time. You're welcome. Lar said to Wu Yan the same words he said to the royal family members when they got off the airship. However, his tone was no longer indifferent. Instead, it was filled with curiosity. I've heard of your name for a long time. I've always wanted to meet you. Today, I finally get to meet you. Lar smiled at Wu Yan. As expected of the strongest student in the academy. Even I can't accurately sense your aura. It looks like your strength isn't below mine. I don't have a name. It's just a rumor. Wu Yan waved his hand with a wry smile. I've embarrassed myself in front of you. Not bad. Young man, you're strong but not arrogant. No wonder father values you so much. Lar's lips curled up. Since you're here, let's enter the palace together. Wu Yan naturally couldn't refuse Lar's invitation. He nodded in agreement. Chapter 791. As time passed, it was getting closer and closer to the start of the dance party. In Royal City, in the streets and alleys, in the inns and hotels, the news of the ball had been leaked. Everyone who knew about it had sorted out what they knew and told them. Now, almost every place where people gathered would have discussions about the ball. Everyone was guessing what kind of influence would be involved in this kind of ball that would announce a big event. Under everyone's expectation, God seemed to have opened his eyes. Early in the morning, the originally not very sunny weather gradually became better. The sky was clear for thousands of miles, without a single dark cloud. The sun seemed to have risen, sprinkling its radiance over thousands of miles, as if it was heralding something. This could be seen from the satisfied expressions on the faces of those who walked into the palace. In fact, it wasn't just the general public. The people who came to the ball were also trying to guess the theme of the ball. No matter what happens later, at least for now, they're still in a good mood. Maybe it's because of the weather or they're just keeping their thoughts to themselves. There were still a lot of people who went to the imperial palace to attend the ball. Although only a few forces were qualified to attend, these forces wouldn't just come themselves. For this kind of ball, they would usually bring the younger generation to see the world, meet other nobles, meet face to face, or show off the outstanding talents of the younger generation in front of others. It was a kind of communication. That's why Lar brought Fei, Lulu, and Hughes here. It was also to let them see the world, or to show off a little. Needless to say, Lar did have the ability to show off. Fei Fei, for example, broke her own barrier after her trip to the behemoth forest. She's not even 25 years old yet. Isn't it enough to show off that she's a rank 8 powerhouse? The Spalier World Academy is a gathering place for geniuses from all over the world. Excluding Wu Yan's group, the only ones who can become a rank 8 powerhouse before the age of 25 are Sylph, Kaya, and Jaffer. Right now, Fei Fei was the only Tier 8 powerhouse under the age of 25 other than the royal families of the three empires. This kind of capital was enough to show off in this kind of world-class ball. Of course, this doesn't include Wu Yan's group. Their appearance has caused chaos in the Spalier World Academy. Prior to this, no one in the Spalier World Academy had more than 3 rank 8 powerhouses. As for Lulu, she's ranked less than 100 in the Spalier World Academy. She's a super genius who became a special student through her talent alone. There was still a year before he would reach adulthood. He was 17 years old this year, and he was already a 6th grade magician. With Lulu's talent, it shouldn't be hard for her to reach rank 7 by the time she's 20. At that time, if she can reach rank 8 before the age of 25, she'll be another Fei Fei. Although Lulu's current strength isn't enough to catch the eye of others, her talent is outstanding even among the top 100 special students. Her talent is also one of the best. In this ball, she and Fei Fei are the main characters of the Lori family. Hughes, on the other hand, was only an elite student. His talent couldn't compare to Lulu's, and his strength couldn't compare to Fei Fei's. He couldn't even compare to Lulu's. However, he was almost at the peak of the 5th order, and he had just turned 18. He should be able to reach the 6th order by the age of 20, and the 7th order by the age of 20. In this kind of situation, he should be able to make a name for himself. However, compared to Wu Yan's group, they're more than a level lower. All of them are rank 8 and above. Ikaros and Flandrachan are rank 9 powerhouses. On top of that, there's also Wu Yan whose strength is constantly changing. They don't know why they're invited to this ball, but they're definitely qualified to participate. In front of the palace gates, the guards stopped here and didn't continue forward. The nobles who came to participate in the ball all left their subordinates behind. Those who were familiar with each other walked in while chatting and laughing with each other. Those who weren't familiar with each other just greeted each other before being led to the ball by the guide. For a moment, the scene was quite lively. Lord Lar is here. When Lar and Wu Yan appeared with the girls, the nobles and ministers in front of the palace warmly welcomed them. Some came to get acquainted with them while others came to get acquainted with them. There are quite a number of such people at the palace gates. When Lar saw them, he couldn't help but frown. Let's go in. Lar didn't even look at those nobles. His body naturally emitted a wave of do-chi like a gentle breeze. Although the do-chi wave was small, it directly forced the surrounding nobles and ministers back. Moreover, it didn't hurt them at all. Then, those nobles and ministers looked at each other in shock as he walked into the palace. Wu Yan, who saw the scene just now, was stunned. He looked at Lar with admiration. As expected of the head of the number 1 family, not only is he only a step away from reaching rank 9, his control over his strength is already at the microscopic level. In terms of control, he's on par with Wu Yan, who has infinite martial refinement. Lar isn't Wu Yan, who can directly exchange abilities with the system. His control over his strength must have been honed through countless trials and tribulations. Unlike Wu Yan, who has a golden finger, his methods are brilliant. Of course, it's hard to say who will win in a real fight with Lar. Wu Yan didn't just play games and fall in love during the 3 years he spent in Sword and Saber Dominion. Don't forget, Wu Yan can also gain experience by killing monsters in SAO. The monsters in SAO can't be compared to real strong players. Wu Yan won't get a lot of experience from killing monsters like that, but it's a lot of experience. After killing monsters like that for 3 whole years, Lar will be able to level up a lot. Wu Yan's current level is the same as Lar, level 79. He's a true peak rank 8. At this point, leveling up is the end of the road. It won't be easy to level up anymore. This can be seen from Astria, who reached peak rank 8 before Wu Yan entered Sword and Saber Dominion. 3 years of experience boosted Wu Yan to the peak of Tier 8. Before they departed, Astria was already at the peak of Tier 8. Despite sharing 3 years of experience with Wu Yan, she still hasn't broken through. Ikaros also took a long time to break through to the next tier. One can only imagine how long it would take for her to break through to the next tier. On the way to the ball, people from other factions seemed to have recognized Lar and Wu Yan's group. They started looking at them. It's not that they haven't heard of Wu Yan's clique having a good relationship with the two pearls of Lori family, but they didn't expect them to attend the ball together. Looks like in their hearts, they're going to have to reevaluate each other's statuses and calculations. After all, a slight move on one part can affect the whole situation. This doesn't necessarily mean a good thing. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the ball venue. It's a dazzling palace. It's entirely silver in color. After entering the palace, they saw a magnificent sight. The walls were painted in gold and there were magic lamps hanging from the ceiling. The entire place looked like a colorful paradise. Luxurious and extravagant are the first words that come to everyone's mind. Quite a number of people have already arrived. They gathered in groups of 3 to 5 and chatted with each other. There are also some juniors following them. There are about 100 people in the hall. It's not a small number. As for the ball's host, he hasn't appeared yet. Chapter 793. Wu Yan felt uneasy when he heard Astria, Toka, and Flandrachon's conversation. These 3 girls couldn't really be planning to treat the ball as a banquet, and then have a period of inhumane eating and drinking, right? Thinking of this, Wu Yan couldn't stay calm anymore. He can already imagine how the 3 girls would look at them as if they are magical beasts and country bumpkins if they are allowed to do as they please. Wu Yan stopped Astria and Toka, who were about to rush to the table. He chuckled and he asked them in a careful tone. Are you girls hungry already? Astria and Toka blinked and rubbed their stomachs. They nodded in unison. Yeah. I'm hungry. Cold sweat dripped down Wu Yan's forehead. He couldn't keep his cool anymore. These 2 natural foodies, if left alone, today's ball would definitely become a joke. Wu Yan turned to Chuju and Kotori for help. He hoped they could help him. Chuju and Kotori were also imagining Astria and Toka eating and drinking. Their mouths twitched. They couldn't keep their cool anymore. Chuju sighed and walked over. She pressed down on Astria's shoulder. Astria-chan, can you bear with it for the time being? Sigh. Sigh, Astria complained. Why? Why? There's no reason. Chuju said with a troubled expression. But if you do this, Yen will be troubled. Is that so? Astria flinched and she looked at Wu Yan with a pitiful expression. She looked like an abandoned puppy. Master, am I bothering you? Toka sucked on her finger and she looked at Wu Yan with a pitiful expression. Wu Yan cursed inwardly when he saw the teary eyes of the 2 beauties. He also felt his scalp tingling. Wu Yan raised his hand weakly. It's not bothering me. Not bothering you? Toka's expression immediately brightened. Then can we go eat now? I. Wu Yan's back was drenched in cold sweat. He didn't know what to do. Kotori turned around and smiled. What Oni-san means is, since you 2 are hungry, he wants to cook for you when we get back. Kotori grinned. The eyes of the 2 gluttons lit up as they looked at Wu Yan in anticipation. Really? Of course it's real. Kotori grinned mischievously. She glanced at Wu Yan and she teased him. Don't you think so? My cute Oni-san. Ahaha. Wu Yan laughed dryly. He looked like he aged 10 years as he slumped his shoulders. He knew Kotori wasn't just trying to restrain the 2 girls who might get out of hand. She was trying to get back at him for forcing a kiss on her this morning. No matter what, it's still better than letting the two girls go out and cause trouble. Wu Yan could only nod helplessly. Yeah. Wu Yan rubbed Astria and Toka's head. I will cook for you too when we get back. Until then, can you guys bear with it? Okay. The two girls nodded their heads without any hesitation. They aren't picky eaters, but Wu Yan's cooking is different in their hearts. It's not just because it's delicious, it's also because he's the one who made it, Oni-san. Flan wants it too. Flanderchan hugged Wu Yan's leg in jealousy. Me too. Yoshino tugged at Wu Yan's sleeve. Era. Kurumi smiled shyly. I miss Onia-sama's cooking too. Well then. Kotori smirked. Count me in as well. Humph. Hinajuku didn't say anything. She only hummed twice, but the silence spoke louder than words. Looking at this and then looking at that, he didn't know what to say. Behind him, a soft and strong hand pulled at the corner of his shirt. He didn't need to look back, he can already imagine what kind of gaze Ikaros is looking at him with right now. Wu Yan got the gist of it, today is his day of suffering. At this moment, Hinajuku retracted her smile and looked ahead. Yen, Everyone stopped fooling around when they saw Chuju's expression. They followed Chuju's gaze. Wu Yan's lips curved into a smile when he saw the scene. A handsome young man in luxurious feathered robes with a crown on his head walked towards them with a group of people who looked like guards and subordinates. He had an elegant smile on his face when he saw Wu Yan's group. Even his eyes were shining. No, to be more precise, he wasn't looking at Wu Yan's group. He was looking at Ikaros alone. It's been a while since they last met, Kaya. Everyone. Long time no see. Kaya walked up to Wu Yan's group and placed his hand on his left chest. It was a very noble gesture. I heard you would be attending the ball as well. I was very excited. You flatter me. Wu Yan scratched his cheeks and he shrugged. He didn't mince his words. I believe Prince Kaya knows that it's unreasonable for us to attend this ball. The people behind Kaya all looked at each other, feeling strange. After all, to them, being able to participate in this ball was a rare honor, yet the person in front of them said this as if he didn't care at all. Kaya, on the other hand, smiled after a momentary pause. Sir Wu Yan is as straightforward as ever. However, I don't think you all lack the qualifications to attend this ball. Kaya may be a little far from here, but I've heard of your lively performances in the Behemoth Forest many times. After that, Ka turned around and looked at the quiet Ikaros. The splendor from earlier once again shone in his eyes. Especially Miss Ikaros. Kaya didn't expect Miss Ikaros to be a noble Tier 9 fighter. This is too shocking. This was the truth. When he first heard that Ikaros was a Type 9 powerhouse, Kaya even doubted his own ears. After confirming that this information was correct, Kaya's heart was filled with shock, followed by an even more fervent love. He already had feelings for Ikaros back in the Spalier World Academy. Now that he knows Ikaros' true strength, his feelings for her deepened. Perhaps in his heart, the more outstanding his sweetheart, the better. Ikaros lifted her head and she looked at Kaya. Then, she returned her gaze to Wu Yan. She continued in a soft voice. I am only trying to protect Master. Kaya's smile froze, and his smile became somewhat forced. Is that so? Sir Wu Yan sure is blessed. Kaya himself didn't realize there was a tinge of jealousy in his voice when he said that. Chuju, Kotori, Kurumi and the rest exchanged glances before shaking their heads and laughing. They're not laughing at Kaya being jealous, they're laughing at him for being pitiful. If someone were to ask them if they love Wu Yan, their first answer would be yes. But if someone were to ask them if they love Wu Yan the most, no matter how unwilling they are, they wouldn't say they love Wu Yan the most. Because in this world, no matter which world, there will only be one person who loves Wu Yan the most. That's the girl in front of them who hasn't taken her eyes off Wu Yan for even a second. the girl who gave her heart and soul to Wu Yan. Only Ikaros has the right to say that the one who loves Wu Yan the most is her. Kaya is just a pitiful person. Chapter 794. Ka didn't express his intentions too obviously. He suppressed his urge to talk to Ikaros and started chatting with Wu Yan's group. Not only Ka, even Bingling, Bishi, Jaffer, and other youngsters from major factions came over to chat with Wu Yan. It's not because they are familiar with Wu Yan's group, it's mainly because of Ikaros and Flanderchan's relationship with this small group. They wanted to make friends with them, they wanted to test them, they wanted to come over and greet them. Wu Yan is very impatient with these people coming to find him. After all, he doesn't like this kind of hypocritical pleasantries. But, he didn't go overboard. After all, it's a ball after all, it's necessary to have some exchanges. Luckily, this isn't the first time Wu Yan has experienced this kind of situation, so he handled it with ease. He said what should be said and didn't say what shouldn't be said. His choice of words was also quite appropriate. Chuju, Kotori, and Kurumi were surprised to see Wu Yan like this. In their minds, Wu Yan wasn't someone who couldn't appear in big events, but he wasn't good at it either. They didn't expect him to look like this. It seems like the 3 years of dungeon exploration didn't just change his strength. Of course, the girls didn't just stand there and do nothing. Each of them is famous in Silveria World Institute. With their outstanding looks and strength, there were plenty of people who came to chat with them. Other than Ikaros, Astria, Toka, Flanderchan, and Yoshino, Hinajaku, Kotori, and Kurumi are all doing the same thing as Wu Yan. They're all here to chat with the girls who came to chat with them. In a short while, it actually caused this place to become unusually lively. It has to be said that the 3 girls' performance in this situation is in no way inferior to Wu Yan's. Hinajaku is the student council president of Hakuo Academy. As the king of popularity in a noble academy, her magnanimous temperament won the praises of many. Kotori was the commander of Ratatosk. She was even more at home than Chuju in this situation. The nobles who looked down on her due to her petite appearance were surprised. They even looked at Kotori in a different light. As for Kurumi, needless to say, even though her heart was as pure as an elf's, her nature was much closer to that of a human's due to her dark experiences. Moreover, her elegant cultivation made her seem like a rich young lady. She spoke with ease and became a rare sight at the ball. After the ball, the girls had already become the focus of attention. The surrounding male participants frequently shifted their gazes towards them, and groups of them tried to strike up a conversation. Perhaps, in their hearts, the young girls had already become the target of their pursuit. However, it's fine if they think about it, but if they want to put it into action, they'll have to consider how important they are. While the ball is in full swing, a bright light flashed across the room. At a certain moment, a dazzling magical light shone at the front of the entire ball and shone on a staircase. At the same time, the surrounding lights gradually dimmed. Along with that, everyone's voices became calm and gentle. Wu Yan's group finally broke away from the endless social interaction. They looked forward. The main character is here, Kotori muttered. Everyone's heart started beating faster. What's the purpose of this ball? They'll find out soon enough. Under everyone's gaze, the crowned Ailu Emperor slowly walked out of the staircase under the illumination of the magic lanterns. Princess Sylph was also wearing an ice blue princess dress. She held the Emperor's arm and appeared in front of everyone. Many young people's eyes lit up when they saw her. Wu Yan focused his gaze on the Emperor. This is the first time Wu Yan is seeing the Emperor in person. Back at the top of the arena tower, Wu Yan only saw a projection of the Emperor. Now that the Emperor is standing in front of him, Wu Yan couldn't help but activate the system's perception. Kate. Ailu, level 85, as expected. Wu Yan took a deep breath. Level 85. Aside from Yukari, this is the highest level player Wu Yan has seen so far. The Emperor of Ailu, Carter, seemed to be in his 40s. Judging from his appearance, he was only a few years older than Lar, which made him quite young. To be able to reach the 9th rank at such a young age, it was no wonder he was the emperor of an empire. Of course, Kite's real age was definitely a lot older than his appearance. The higher one's strength, the higher the quality of his do-chi and mana. His body would be nourished day by powerful do-chi and mana, making it harder and harder for people to age. Kite's age should be about 10 years older than his appearance, roughly 50 years old, but this was already very astonishing. Remember, Lei Wang, who is also a rank 9, is already in his 70s or 80s. He's also a rank lower than Kate. That's enough to explain a lot. Kate sensed Wu Yan's gaze and looked at Wu Yan. When their eyes met, Wu Yan's lips curled into a smile. Wu Yan didn't avoid Kate's gaze. He nodded at Kate and applauded with the crowd. Because of this, Wu Yan didn't notice that Kate is looking at him with a slightly different gaze. Thank you all for taking time out of your busy schedules to attend this ball. When Carter opened his mouth, the lights in the surroundings were restored. However, the people present did not restore their voices. Instead, they quietly waited for Carter to open his mouth again. Kate nodded and said, "Although I'd like everyone to enjoy the ball, there's something I need to announce first. It's here." Everyone held their breaths and looked at Kate, including Wu Yan's group. Kate clapped his hands. Sylph, who was standing beside him, stepped forward and stood next to him. Her long, ice blue hair was accentuated by her princess dress. It was as if she was adorned with stars and moonlight. Her cold expression didn't ruin her beauty at all. Instead, it made her face even more alluring and mesmerizing. "This is my daughter, Sylph." Kate had a doting expression on her face. She held Sylph's hand and said proudly, "I'm sure everyone here knows who Sylph is, right?" Sylph used to be the strongest student in Spalier World Academy. She held that position for several years. Due to Wu Yan's group's interference, she's no longer the strongest student in the academy. There are a few people stronger than her, but that didn't stop her from shining brightly. That's why Kite's tone was filled with pride. Sylph was his most beloved daughter in his later years. She was also talented and powerful. She was able to suppress the leaders of the other two empires in Silveria World Institute and become the strongest. Kite was very pleased with her achievement. However, Kate's prideful expression softened a little. It was replaced with pity. Facing everyone, Kite smiled and said, "Today, I called everyone here to announce." Kite's gaze slowly shifted to the person below, and a glint flashed across his eyes. That person was none other than Wu Yan. Wu Yan frowned when he saw Kate's gaze. He had a bad feeling about this. Kate's next words confirmed his suspicions. "It's him. Wu Yan." Kate pointed at Wu Yan. Her voice echoed in everyone's ears. "He will be Sylph's fiancé." Chapter 795. Wu Yan was stunned. The other girls were stunned as well. Everyone in the room was stunned by what they heard. That shocking speech was like an echo. Even after a few seconds, it was still reverberating in the air. It was repeated over and over again into everyone's ears, giving them a dreamlike feeling that was hard to believe. Wu Yan looked at the stunned Wu Yan and then at the emotionless Sylph. Everyone felt like they were about to go crazy. Are you sure the two of them are compatible? It's also because of this that these people who have seen a lot of big events were shocked by Carter's statement. It's not that they are mentally weak, but the contrast is too great. They couldn't believe that the famous ice princess in front of them would become the fiancée of the recently famous Wu Yan. This is too sudden. Regardless of how sudden it is, Carter's statement is proof that he is telling the truth. Words of gold and jade are equally suitable for the ruler of an empire in the Spalier world. However, when they realized that this was the reason why Carter organized this ball, everyone's heart skipped a beat. They looked at Carter with a pensive gaze. Sylph is an excellent person and is popular in the Ailu Empire's imperial family. However, it's a bit exaggerated to gather all 12 of the continent's top factions for a ball just to celebrate her marriage. In the past, a ball of this nature was supposed to announce something. At the very least, the emperor of an empire or one of the 3 great houses was replaced. Only then would a ball of this nature be held. The ball was supposed to announce the change in power structure to the entire world. The marriage of an empire's princess is a big deal. Isn't it a bit too much to make an announcement at a ball like this? Unless, of course, Wu Yan becoming Sylph's fiancé has other implications. For example, Kate is planning to marry Sylph to Wu Yan in order to pass the throne to Wu Yan. That's another matter altogether. But is that even possible? As far as they know. Before today, Carter and Wu Yan didn't interact at all. Even if Carter paid attention to him due to his mysterious identity, he wouldn't give the throne to an outsider. It's not like Carter doesn't have a son. He might not be famous, but it's still better than an outsider. In other words, Carter has other considerations. Could it be? He wants to use Wu Yan as a link to rope in the 2 Tier 9 individuals. He also wants to rope in the demigod powerhouse, Yakumo Yuko. With that thought in mind, Kaya, Safa, and the others. Even the patriarchs of the great clans, such as Lars, all had serious expressions on their faces. If that's the case, the entire Spalier world's power structure will change. No, no, no. Absolutely not. On Lars' side, Lulu's small face was filled with panic. Even her face was somewhat pale, and there was a teardrop in the corner of her eye. How can this be? This is too sudden. Feifei's brows furrowed tightly. She looked at Wu Yan and the others who are still in a daze. Her expression darkened. Feifei. Lulu grabbed Feifei's hand. Her pale face was covered in sweat. What should I do? Lar and Feifei smiled bitterly when they heard Lulu's words. Even an idiot can tell that Lulu likes Wu Yan. It's ironic that they were just discussing the relationship between Wu Yan and Lulu. They didn't expect the topic to change to someone else's fiancé. It's too dramatic. Unlike Lar and the others, Hughes looked excited. If Wu Yan really became Sylph's fiancé, he would be the happiest one of all, but he's sure to be one of the happiest ones. Lar looked at Lulu, who was on the verge of collapsing. He smiled bitterly and patted her shoulder. Lilu, don't worry. Look at the little guy's expression. I don't think he knows about this. Let's not jump to conclusions. Is that so? Lulu completely lost her composure. She only calmed down when she saw Wu Yan's stunned expression. Feifei couldn't help but smile bitterly. It's not that Wu Yan doesn't have any women around him. In fact, he has a lot of them. All of them are outstanding. None of them are inferior to Sylph. Lulu also knows about this. She also knows that Wu Yan's relationship with Chuju and the others isn't as simple as normal companions. In the past, Lulu didn't care about this matter at all. She didn't expect her to be so anxious today. Perhaps in Lulu's naive heart, she can accept it because she has a good relationship with Chuju and the others. However, Sylph is just a stranger to Lulu. That's why her reaction is so big. Feifei can only think of it this way. She also needs to use this excuse to hide her irritation. On the other hand, Wu Yan finally reacted to the murderous glares of the women. His forehead was covered in sweat. Aren't you going to explain yourself? Hinajiku's face was as black as charcoal. Not just her, even Kotori's face was a little unhappy. Ikarosa's eyes were also a little shaken. As for Toka, if Kurumi didn't cover her mouth, she would have already made a scene. Wait, let me clear my thoughts. Wu Yan shook his head in confusion. I don't know what's going on either. Chuju and Kotori both frowned. Wu Yan has never been separated from them other than when he's in a dungeon. It's impossible for him to have sex with Sylph behind their backs. Even if it's possible, Sylph's cold personality wouldn't do such a thing. Kotori's expression changed. It seems like Senpai Feifei was right. The Ailu Empire has other intentions towards us. Sylph is probably just a cover. Chuju gritted her teeth and looked at Wu Yan. What do you plan to do next? Wu Yan rubbed his brows. He looked around. Kate's words made him the center of attention. Everyone is looking at him, including Kate and Sylph. They are waiting for him to make a decision. Carter looked at Wu Yan's disheveled appearance and he smiled before opening his mouth again. I know this announcement is a little sudden. I didn't discuss it with the person in question. Many people cursed in their hearts. How dare you announce it without discussing it with the person in question? Aren't you afraid of losing face? Little fellow, although my daughter's temperament is a little cold, but in other aspects, it shouldn't be to the extent that you don't like her, right? Kite smiled and said, before this, there were many people who proposed marriage to me, but I couldn't bear to agree. Now that I've decided to marry her to you, my heart is still aching. So, little fellow, give me an answer here. Are you willing to be Sylph's fiancé? Carter's words caused everyone to look at Wu Yan again. Wu Yan smiled bitterly when he sensed the mixed emotions in their gazes. Kite was a sly old fox. How could she refuse him when he said that she was in pain? Wouldn't I be offending the entire Ailu Empire if I refuse? Wu Yan could feel his brows starting to hurt, but he still took a step forward after thinking for a bit. Your Majesty. Wu Yan took a deep breath to calm everyone down, including Chuju and the others. Should I agree or not? Should I agree or not? Many people already had an answer in their hearts. If they were in his shoes, they would have agreed without hesitation. A girl with super talent, super beautiful appearance, and super strong background was going to marry him? Is there even a need to think about it? However, Wu Yan's next words shattered their thoughts. I'm sorry. I can't agree. Chapter 797. And so, the ball came to an end amidst the cheers of the guests. At least, that's what it looks like on the surface. After Kate's announcement, it was up to the participants to decide what to do after they returned home. That was their own business. In their minds, Wu Yan and Sylph's engagement is just a way to rope in Yakumo, Ikaros, Flanderchan, and the others. They believe that Wu Yan and his party would be tempted by any faction. Even though the ball is over, Wu Yan, the main character of the ball, stayed behind. It's not only because of Kite's invitation but also because he has a lot of questions in his mind. In the palace, Kite sat on a chair at the front of the room. Next to him is Sylph, who has changed into an ice blue robe. Wu Yan, Chuju, Kotori, Kurumi, and the others are facing each other in silence. They've been like this for quite some time now. Kite sipped his tea leisurely and smiled at Sylph, who was pouring tea for him. He glanced at the silent Wu Yan and the others and shook his head. He finally opened his mouth. I know you have a lot of questions. Kite lowered his head. He sighed and said to Wu Yan, ask me anything you want, I will answer you if I can. Wu Yan lowered his head and he exchanged glances with Hinajuku and Kotori. The two girls nodded and he looked at Kite, who had an indiscernible expression on his face. He took a step forward. If that's the case, I won't hide it any longer. Wu Yan pursed his lips. He looked at the expressionless Sylph and asked Kite in a serious tone. Your Majesty, can you tell me why Princess Sylph is engaged to me? I didn't think you'd ask me that directly. Don't tell me you're not attracted to Sylph at all? Kate chuckled. Well. Wu Yan scratched his cheek. It's not that I'm not attracted to her. It's just that I've never wanted to be with Princess Sylph. After all, we haven't interacted much. That's not a problem at all. Kite said nonchalantly. How many marriages do you think there are in the upper echelons of society? If it was someone else, they would have accepted regardless of whether it was a good thing or a bad thing. Sylph's looks were outstanding and her strength was outstanding. She's also the pearl of an empire. Her appearance, power, and background are all amazing. Indeed, if it was someone else, they would have accepted Kite's proposal. Even if they had nothing to do with Sylph, they would have accepted it with joy. Unfortunately, Wu Yan isn't one of them. He has no shortage of beautiful girls around him. All of them are girls he brought out from his favorite 2D world. In his heart, they are much better than Sylph. Not to mention their strength. None of the girls around him are weaker than Sylph. As for background, if he wants one, he can rely on the system and his own abilities to create one that is on par with Sylph. Although it won't be that easy, she won't be weak by any means. In short, what Kite is trying to say might be attractive to others but not to Wu Yan. Indeed, there are almost no men in this world who would refuse such a good thing. Wu Yan shrugged. Almost no doesn't mean there aren't any. I don't deny Princess Sylph's excellence, but that doesn't seem to be a good enough reason for your majesty to agree to her marriage. Why do you say that? Kite calmly said. I'm sure you understand your value. It's not strange for me to use a marriage to entice you, right? Wu Yan and the others are all above tier 8. Ikaros and Flandrechan are even stronger. There's also the elusive demigod Yakumo Yukari who has a close relationship with them. Who wouldn't want a rope in such a small group? Ikaros, Astria, and Flandrechan are considered normal humans. Most importantly, they are all very young. Ikaros, Astria, and Flandrechan are considered normal humans. Yet, all of them managed to surpass tier 8. Ikaros, Flandrechan, and Flandrechan have a high chance of becoming demigods in the future. With such potential, if they could rope them in, then no matter which power it was, they would not hesitate to pay a huge price. But I don't think your majesty will agree to this marriage just because of that. Wu Yan raised his head and stared at Kite. I don't know Princess Sylph that well, but I don't think she will agree to a marriage without meaning. If she doesn't agree. Your majesty, you won't force her, right? Of course I won't. Kate yelled without hesitation. Wu Yan and Co had a weird look on their faces when they realized that their actions were a bit exaggerated. Seeing this, he coughed dryly and pretended to be serious as he took a sip of tea. If Sylph doesn't agree, I won't force her no matter what. Wu Yan went silent again. Sylph's cold expression thawed a little. She looked at Kite with more respect. Kotori, who was standing behind Wu Yan, suddenly spoke up when the crowd was about to descend into another round of silence. In that case, can we assume that Princess Sylph was the one who agreed to the marriage and even suggested it herself? Wu Yan, Kate, and the other girls' expressions changed. Wu Yan had a look of disbelief on his face. Kate looked at Kotori with admiration. The other girls looked at Sylph with caution and disbelief. Sylph was the only one who didn't show any signs of disbelief. Not bad, little girl. You're quite quick-witted. Kite said with a smile. Kotori was a little annoyed when Kite called her a little girl, but she remained patient. Then, it's about time you tell us your true intentions, right? Kotori's impolite words froze the air around them. Kite and Sylph looked at Wu Yan and the others. After a while, Kite sighed. Little guy. Kite looked at Wu Yan with an indecipherable gaze. He then looked down at Wu Yan's hand. Can you let me have a look at that ring? Ring? Wu Yan and the others asked in unison. They then looked down at Wu Yan's hand. There is indeed a ring on his hand. It's a pure white ring. It's the ring he obtained from the treasure hunt. It's the ring that represents authority. Wu Yan recalled Sylph's strange reaction towards his ring when he was investigating the Beast King in the Behemoth Forest. Since then, Sylph treated him like a stranger, but now, her gaze towards him has changed. Could it be that all these changes are due to this ring? If that's the case. Wu Yan looked at Kite and Sylph, who were still staring at the ring. He narrowed his eyes. If Kate and Sylph's strange behavior and today's wedding were all because of this ring, then he's about to come into contact with a very big secret. Wu Yan didn't forget the description of the 3 rings he got from the treasure hunting ground, including the Ring of Authority. The box containing the rings described the 3 rings to him, you can get as much gold as the whole world. You can get as much power as the whole world. You can get as much power as the whole world. Chapter 798. With these 3 rings, if he could obtain the things described on the box, then the price of these 3 rings would be unimaginably high. Too bad Wu Yan didn't get the things described on the box when he got the 3 rings, because there were some words written on the box. On the box representing authority was written, "Successor, this is an indestructible ordinary ring, not a space ring. However, with this ring, the entire Ailu Empire is yours. You have the right to rule the empire." On the box representing power was written, "Successor, this is indeed a space ring. If you can open it, you will be able to rule the entire Spalier world. Do you want to open it? Go to the Ailu Empire's king, he will tell you everything." The words on the ring box that represented the gold coin read, "Successor, do you want my treasure? If you want it, I can give it to you. Go find the key, I have placed all my treasures in this ring." At first, Wu Yan didn't believe the words on the box. At that time, he was only a Tier 7 fighter. Even though he could be considered a strong fighter in the Spalier world, he was still at the bottom of the strong fighters list. The things written on these 3 rings were too far away for him, but now, touching the ring representing authority on his finger, Wu Yan's mind raced. From Carter's words, it's obvious that he knows about this ring. In other words, what was written on the box that contained the ring was most likely true. Then, the implications are huge. Just the fact that the ring of authority can give him the right to rule the entire Ailu Empire is already a big deal. Even though Wu Yan didn't think Carter would give him the right to rule the entire Ailu Empire with just 1 ring, Wu Yan didn't really care about authority. What he really cared about was if the words written on the box were real. Then, on the box representing power was written, "Go to the Ailu Empire's king, he will tell you everything." What does that mean? He pondered for a moment. Under everyone's gaze, Wu Yan removed the ring of authority from his finger and tossed it to Kite. Kate and Sylph panicked when they saw the ring of authority flying towards them. Kate threw away the teacup in her hand and hurriedly caught the ring. She heaved a sigh of relief when she felt the cold temperature of the ring. She glared at Wu Yan. "Bastard! Do you really have to throw it?" Carter cursed angrily in front of Wu Yan and the others' dumbfounded expressions. "What if you accidentally break it?" That. Wu Yan chuckled awkwardly and he raised his hand carefully. "Is that something that can be broken so easily?" "Humph." Kite snorted coldly. Even Sylph had a displeased look on her face. Everyone could tell that this ring has a special meaning to it. She retracted her gaze from Wu Yan. Kite stared at the ring of authority on his finger. His eyes trembled as he caressed the ring. The more he caressed it, the more excited he became. "It's right. It's right," Kite said excitedly. "This is the ring of authority." The ring of authority? Wu Yan looked at Chuju, the only one who went to the treasure hunt with him before. Chuju shook her head, she didn't understand what he meant. Wu Yan hesitated for a moment and asked Kite. "Your Majesty, do you recognize this ring?" Kite's hand stopped caressing the ring. His expression calmed down. He smiled bitterly when he heard Wu Yan's question. "Of course I recognize it. This belongs to the Ailu Empire. Originally." Kotori frowned. "Can you explain?" Kite calmed down but his grip on the ring tightened. He looked like he was struggling. Wu Yan and the others frowned. They looked at Kite and waited for him to continue. Sylph seemed to know why Kite was acting like this. She sighed and remained silent. Due to Kate's strange behavior, the atmosphere in the room gradually turned heavy. Everyone was silent and their eyes were fluctuating. No one knew what they were thinking about until Kate closed his eyes and said something to Wu Yan. "Little guy, if I want this ring from you, would you be willing to give it to me?" Wu Yan's expression hardened and his face slowly turned dark. But, he quickly smiled. Before that, can you explain to me what's going on? Explain? Explain? Kate smiled bitterly. That's true. But after I explain, you probably won't agree to transfer the Ring of Authority. Kite stood up and walked to the wall with his back facing Wu Yan and the others. Do you know who the founder of the Ailu Empire is? Founder? The founder of the empire. Hinajaku thought for a bit and said with uncertainty, is it one of the 4 gods of Silveria, the one called Ailu? Yes. Yes. Carter turned around and nodded solemnly. He is the Ailu god who named this empire after himself. He is also the ancestor of the Ailu Empire's imperial family. Gods. Wu Yan and Ko exchanged glances with Sylph. They couldn't help but feel a little shaken. Gods are existences that strike fear into the hearts of the people in any world. They might not feel anything when they're not real, but when they're real, they can strike fear into the hearts of the people even if they don't want to. It's not a matter of courage, it's a matter of subconsciously revering God. Carter was the same. However, while he was wavering, there was also a bit of fanaticism. His voice was accompanied by this fanaticism as it echoed in everyone's ears. Once upon a time, the Spalier world gave birth to 4 gods that surpassed demigods. The first god who named this world after himself, Silveria, and the other 3 gods who named their empires after themselves, Ailu, Balba, and Fair. The power of the gods is not something we can imagine. Even the few demigods in this world don't know how strong the gods are. Since ancient times, demigods have been rare, but there has never been a gap in the number of demigods. Every era has a few demigods standing at the peak of the world. But there are only 4 gods. Kite raised his head and looked at Wu Yan with a burning gaze. Do you know why? Wu Yan felt a heavy weight in his heart. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on him, suffocating him. Wu Yan knew he was about to learn the highest level of secret in this world. It's a secret that not even a tier 8 can know. Even a tier 9 can't. Hugging his heavy heart, Wu Yan slowly shook his head. This wasn't out of Kite's expectations, but he still bitterly smiled. That's because it's impossible to ascend to the celestial rank through cultivation alone. Cultivation can't ascend to the celestial rank? The room was filled with confused voices. Kotori couldn't help but ask. Don't you think your words are contradictory? If cultivation can't ascend to the celestial rank, how did the 4 gods come into existence? Kite shook his head. I only said that cultivation can't ascend to the celestial rank. I didn't say there's no other way. Other way. Wu Yan took a deep breath to suppress his wavering heart. You're saying we need to rely on external forces to ascend to the celestial rank? You're right. You guessed right. Kite praised with a smile. However, his smile was rather forced, causing everyone to fall silent. You're tuning into the Romantic Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.